Daytona 500.
That's our Super Bowl. I want to earn my place. I don't want to just do it because Dad did it. Sundays don't matter. Welcome to the Cup Series.
Hello everyone, I am BowserJrXD. Welcome to the Southern 500, the Cookout Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Race 27 of 36 in the NASCAR Cup Series and the first race of the playoffs.
I enjoyed that.
That felt unreal.
Catch all the action of NASCAR on USA.
Yeah. Anyway, so playoff standings have, I don't even remember who's in the bottom, but all the drivers that are in a playoff car have a P. 16 are in because driver points. Bubba Wallace in the 45 is for owner's points. And because they have already given the starting command, I'm going to load up J-Ski to find the starting lineup.
Tottenham, Premier League mornings, Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on USA.
NASCAR on USA.
I hope for somebody will come in the VC with me. We'll see.
5G, America's largest, fastest, and now most reliable 5G network. Credit One Bank.
All right, so we have 36 drivers in the field.
Ford. Built Ford proud.
What is your goal this season?
36, starting 36th, driving number 99, Jockey Chevrolet for Team Trackhouse Racing, Daniel Suarez. Starting 35th, driving the number 78, Blaster Ford for Live Fast Motorsports, BJ McLeod.
This one should be easy. What's your goal for the season?
Starting 34th, driving the number 7, BoldBuilt.com Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports, Corey LaJoy. Starting 33rd, driving the number 15, Jacob Company's Parts Plus Ford for Rookware Racing, JJ Yaley. Starting 32nd, driving the number 51, Nerdtech ODT Ford for Rookware Racing, Cody Ware. Starting 31st, driving the number 38, Southeastern Equipment Ford for Front Row Motorsports, Todd Gilliland. Starting 30th, driving the number 41, Feeding America Wow Wow Ford for Stewart House Racing, Cole Custer. Starting 29th, driving the number 42 EG3 or FG3 Technology Chevrolet for Petty GMS Racing, Ty Dillon. Starting 28th, driving number 21 Motorcraft Quicklane Ford for the Wood Brothers, Harrison Burton, or Wood Brothers Racing, however you like to say it. Starting 27th, driving the number 17 Fifth Third Bank Ford for Roush Fenwick Kezlowski Racing, Chris Busher. Starting 26th,
deeper in the field than we thought. Chase Elliott there.
Starting 26th, driving the number 77 Voyager Crypto for All Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports, Landon Castle. Starting 25th, driving the number 6 Kohler Generators Ford for Roush Fenway Kezlowski Racing, Brad Keselowski. Starting 25th, driving the 24th, driving the number 16 AG1 by Athletic Green Chevrolet for Colleague Racing, Daniel Hemrick. Starting 23rd, driving the number 9 Napa Children's Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, Chase Elliott. Starting 21st, driving the number 22nd, driving the number 10 Renegade Insurance Ford for Stewart House Racing, Eric Almirola. Starting 21st, driving the number 23 Monster Energy Toyota for 2311 Racing, Ty Gibbs. Starting 20th, driving the number 47 Kroger Irish Spring Chevrolet for JTG Daugherty Racing, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Starting 19th, driving the number 14 HighPoint.com Lady in Black Ford for Stewart House Racing, Chase Briscoe. Starting 18th, driving the number 4 Busch Light Retro Ford for Stewart House Racing, Kevin Harvick. Starting 17th, driving the number 19 Bass Pro Shops Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, Martin Truex Jr. Starting 16th, driving the number 48 Ally Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, Alex Bowman. Starting 15th, driving the number 43 Focus Vector Chevrolet for Petty GMS Racing, Eric Jones. Starting 14th, driving the number 31 Leaf Filter Gutter Protection Chevrolet for Colleague Racing, Justin Haley. Starting 13th, driving the number 3 Bet MGM Chevrolet for Richard Childress Racing, Austin Dillon. Starting 12th, Driving the number 1, Worldwide Express Chevrolet for Team Trackhouse Racing, Ross Chastain. Starting 11th, driving the number 11 Sport Clips Haircuts Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, Denny Hamlin. Now for the top 10. Starting 34th, driving 10th, driving the number 34 Freight Auctions Ford for FreightAuctions.com Ford. For Front Row Motorsports, Michael McDowell. Starting 9th, driving the number 12 Menards Moen Ford for Team Penske, Ryan Blaney. Starting 8th, driving the number 45 Root Insurance Toyota for 2311 Racing, Bubba Wallace. Starting 7th, driving the number 5 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, Kyle Larson. Starting 6th, driving the number 2 Discount Tire Ford for Team Penske, Austin Cindric. Starting 5th, driving the number 18 M&M's Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, Kyle Busch. Starting 4th, driving the number 8 Lenovo Chevrolet for Richard Childress Racing, Tyler Reddick. Starting 3rd, driving the number 24 Valvoline Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, William Byron. Starting 2nd, driving the number 20 Yahoo Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, Christopher Bell. And on pole, driving the number 22 Shell Pennzoil Ford with a pole time of 29.181 seconds and a speed of 168.521 miles per hour for Team Penske, Joey Logano.
Pit road to get their pit road speed checked right here. Chase Elliott starts an uncharacteristic 23rd today. When I talked to Alan Gustafson this morning about why that might be, he put me back to May, the early race here at Darlington. They wrecked early on in that practice session, missed the whole session, missed qualifying, and they had to go to a backup car. Alan told me missing that practice might have been a bigger factor than we all thought. Came here, we were a little bit off on short run speed. All thought came here, we were a little bit off on short run speed.
Oopsie.
But he also said, since the Southern 500, we have plenty of time and plenty of pits. Chase Elliott, I think, will be contending for the win before too long.
Yeah, Chase Elliott said in Countdown to Green that he feels like, and this race feels like, the longest race of the year. All right, Steve, break us down. Tell us the numbers on this one.
Well, it feels like it because on the watch it does. It rivals the 600, so it's 367 laps, 500 miles. The first stage and second stage, both 115 laps in length. The final stage a little bit longer. That fuel window, you can basically just forget about fuel. Fuel has nothing to do with Darlington. It's all tires. We're going to have a competition yellow.
About to plug in my
due to some
mic.
rain earlier in the day, and then I
There we go.
see at least.
It's me, Mario. Woohoo!
In the final stage, those tires will wear out so fast.
Field starting to bunch
Have a
back
little
up
fun
2
there.
by 2 behind the Coca-Cola pace car cam. That's a great vantage point that we'll be able to look back at. For example, Joey Logano choosing that high line to get ready to start this race. All right, drivers. So it's the first race of the playoffs. If you're one of the 16 drivers, are there more nerves in this race and the start of this race than normal races?
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to have a failure or any kind of problem this first race. Even the guys that have a bit of a cushion and points.
Yes, Bob was in the 45.
You just don't want to have
They wanted
any
him
problem
in the
race
car
number one
for the
in
owners'
playoffs.
playoffs.
Steve, we've been there before. Going to the playoffs, feeling great, got a lot of momentum. You have an engine issue or any kind of mistake that puts you out of this thing. You are not climbing out of that hole. You're going to be one of the guys that gets eliminated. Nobody wants that to happen tonight.
That's for sure, but you also know you have to attack this track for 367 laps. This is a grind. You got to do everything perfect. This is the most difficult racetrack on the circuit, and the pressure of the playoffs. Cannot wait to see who can step up.
Light drops from the pace car.
I know the field is going to breathe a sigh of relief because they're being led by one of the best ever. Yes, Don Staley, Hall of Fame player and coach, the 3-time Olympic gold medalist with Team USA and current coach for the South Carolina Gamecocks. She is taking care of the pace car duties right here for the start of the Southern.
Kip Childress next to her.
2 by 2. Steve, already, are you thinking as a crew chief? All right. Am I looking at the radar for the weather? Am I thinking about when I come for my first pit stop?
Still about 15 seconds. I think I'm still about 15 seconds behind the clicker. So, are you ready to go? Here we go as they round 3 and 4.
In front of a sellout crowd here at Darlington
Yeah, Darlington is sold out. Time to start the playoffs in style. The Southern 500 is green. Yeah, they've already finished lap 1 on the ticker, so I'm gonna probably ignore it. They got fireworks going off as they make their way around. Oh, it's good sounding. That's a great effect. That is, it's the 7th sold-out race of 2022. Christopher Bell. Oh, slow car. Slow car. It's a playoff car. I believe that's Ross Chastain. No, Suarez with a problem already right off the bat. Oh.
Penalty due to inspection issues. Look at this battle. Who is Byron got to push? The 22 Logano and the 8 dives below the 24.
Suarez already with a problem. That's going to set him back. Unbelievable. Bell, Logano holding on to that lead. He swept the poles this year for the first time since 1992. Suarez rejoins a lap down.
But he is now being scored a lap down.
Now he has to try to work to keep this track position.
There's Bubba Wallace in the 45.
Starts to lap 81.
He's in 7th.
As we get a little bit, closer to that competition yellow.
Actually, no, never mind. I forgot. Suarez had to do a pass-through penalty. He thought that he had a problem. It's because he failed tech inspection 3 times. Okay. I should have remembered that.
2311 will be racing for a owners championship with the 45 team.
You saw Bubba Wallace right there. He downshifted, getting into 3. He's running the
side by side with the 2. That's the battle for 6th position.
It gets very tight, easily collide into each other.
But the car behind them, I can't even see which car is behind them.
Just in front of Bubba Wallace.
But it's Briscoe, it looks like.
Right number 2. Centered right now into 6th position. So it's Logano, Bell, Byron, Reddick, Kyle Busch.
Stenhouse passing Austin Dillon. That is the battle for 18th. And Kevin Harvick is right ahead of them.
Stenhouse Jr. moving toward the front.
Caution is out.
Come out for rain. You can see it on
What?
the screen.
No, not again.
To be able to get this caution, basically fixing all of the issues of being a lap down, having to come down pit road. Still lost all that track position, guys, but this is a big deal.
Absolutely. He'll be the free pass as the only car a lap down. Hard to believe we're seeing rain again.
Why? This is the 4th race in a row, including Xfinity Series, that has had rain.
And like you said, just a
Oh
little
my
blip on
God.
the radar screen.
Yeah, that wouldn't slow down a Little League game, but at 175 miles an hour into the corner, NASCAR's forced to throw the yellow. Saw rain has affected a lot of races. It, saw that big accident at Daytona. So
The last
using caution,
4
making sure we have
races.
the safety of everybody in mind. But yeah, I can't believe it's like the lotto for Daniel Suarez. Another car I was noticing, the 9 of Chase Elliott, it's well documented. He didn't qualify very well. I thought it was no big deal.
28th.
Made some adjustments, but in 7 laps, he's already lost positions, losing 5 spots.
I feel like I can feel the rain.
Very surprising out of a former champion.
Yeah, you'd assume that in the back of the field, even if you had a poor handling car, you'd be able to maintain. To be losing spots in 25th, 26th, 27th position, they got a long way to go to get the balance of this car right.
A lot of you Chase Elliott fans are looking at that car going, wait a second, that's not the normal paint scheme that I've seen. Well, Designed to Drive. It's an art collaboration with Children's Healthcare of Atlanta and young Danny Gamel of Sharpsburg, Georgia, drew this as a therapy dog themed design. And Danny just 16 years old, and they're wanting to raise awareness. They've already raised and donated over $250,000 to Children's Healthcare in Atlanta, and what a great paint scheme there for Chase Elliott. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. This telecast presented by T-Mobile.
T-Mobile has 5G here, and we also cover you up here. Yep. Get free
Anyway,
Wi-Fi now.
Caution is out for rain. Caution is out for rain. No. No. some gas calculations right now. Georgia, Missouri, Alabama, South Kentucky, Iowa, Kansas, North Florida, Nebraska. Okay, wait. Indiana, Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, Virginia, Ohio, Minnesota, North Dakota, New Jersey, Maine, Wyoming, Indiana, District of Columbia. Now we just wait. I'm gonna make you bend. I need to get the lyrics for that song. I'm gonna make you bend and break, send you to me with a wing, say up forever, let the good times roll. In case God doesn't show, let the good times roll. And I want these words to make things right, but it's the wrong that make the words come to life. Who does he think he is? If that's the worst you got, better put your fingers back to the keys. One night and one more time, thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He tastes like you, only sweeter. One night, yeah, and one more time. Thanks for the memories, thanks for the memories. See, he tastes like you, only sweeter. Oh. Okay. I'm looking forward to the future, but my eyesight is going bad.
But you can see the sky above us, so beautiful weather. A little tiny shower popped right up on top of us. A little temperature in the racetrack should keep this track pretty dry.
Pit road open this time, so you can choose to pit, but this is not the competition yellow, and because of that, you cannot add fuel to the race car. But you can see if the 9 comes down pit road, we had documented that they lost some spots. Maybe there's something they want to adjust on this car balance-wise, or maybe they're just going to be patient, see if the track comes to them.
It's always cloudy except for when you look into the past. One night
couple cars taking the pit road opportunity here. Let's chat with Paul Wolf, his driver Joey Logano leading right now, one of the best in strategy on pit road. So, boy, this is going to be a crazy night, Paul. How would you divide up stage 3? Some people think you can do it in 2 stops. Some people think 3. What's the purveying thought here on pit road?
Well, I think some of it depends on how many of these early cautions we get, right? Managing the sets of tires we have, how we can break it up throughout the rest of the night. Obviously, the comp yellow threw a little curve at us as well. Obviously, no one pitted here at this one, so it's just way too early to burn up those tires.
Yeah, so let's talk about the comp yellow. How much does that change the game? Because that's going to take up another set of tires when you had very few to play with in the first place.
Yeah, I think most of the guys probably would have split this stage up into 2 stops, so it'll just make the runs a little bit longer, but I don't think we'll end up using more tires unless we get another untimely caution.
Let's talk about the advantage of pit stall 1 here. Winning the pole did that for you. Dale Jr. talked about in the pre-race show, it's only 20 feet from here to the camera. How big of an advantage is this particular pit stall?
Oh, it's huge. It's something we talked about coming here this week with the pit crew. Having this stall in the spring, how big it is. It's just gains you spots with equal stops to someone else, just not having to get up to speed to cross that line. So hopefully we'll keep this Shell Pennzoil Ford up front all night and get the strategy right.
Tell you what, Steve, 20 feet from the end of the pit stall to the camera, I mean, that might gain them, what, 2-3 spots throughout the evening?
Well, yeah, the beauty is you only have to roll forward to the camera. That's where you're scored. That's the white line, the first white line in front of the 22's pit box. Now the yellow line, past that, the big thick one, that's where pit road speed is. So under green, no real advantage, but under yellow, drop the track, roll forward, that's where you're scored. So yes, Marty, a big advantage. You heard Paul already talking about tires. Even with 12 sets, they don't want to use any extras up.
You mentioned how good that pit stall was earlier in May. Well, Joey Logano has not shied away from the fact that he says, I don't have any friends on the racetrack. When I come on a weekend, my friends are all watching the races. I'm not racing against them. Well, he moved William Byron out of the way to win here earlier this year.
In his mind, he was repaying something that William had done just a few laps before that when William tried to pass him, where they raced off of turn 2. He felt like that William raced him a little rough. And so, in his mind, he thought, hey, I'm going down here to repay the favor. But in a lot of other people's mind, he was just being Joey, going in there and running in the back of somebody to pass for the win, because we've seen him do that before. Martin Truex Jr. in Martinsville, he doesn't apologize for any of that. And I think that's okay in my mind if he gets out and says, look, that's the way I'm going to race. Super duper guy out of the car, in the car, he's rough and tough, and he's a gladiator.
He's got that split personality that you really need as an athlete, right? I mean, on the field, you want to be an animal. You want to be self-centered, ugly, mean. That's what you want to be. Off the field, you want to be a good guy. You want to be a guy that people want to hang out with, do the right thing, and that's what Joey does. I think he's the complete package. When he puts that helmet on, he's not the guy that you just spoke to an hour before. He's a completely different personality.
And we see a lot of that in the USA Doctor Series race for the championship out of Joey Logano off the racetrack. But on the racetrack, like you said, out front here at Darlington.
Top 5 are all playoff. Top 7 are all playoff drivers.
All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? You get to go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl. Hi, gecko.
Well, what the commercial?
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
So you got fine dining, Chop House cheeseburger.
They dressed this burger up in a 2-piece cheese soup.
The crispy onion strings have to be the bow tie.
Sonic Chop House cheeseburger. Get this brioche top hat.
The brioche top hat.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts.
Waiting.
Dave?
Yep. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Those new wipers.
They're small.
For parts that...
Hello. Let's see who's in there. Hello, my man.
The Daytona 500. That's our Super Bowl.
Sunday's what matters. Welcome to the Cup Series.
When these two are at each other, sparks fly.
The Premier League is on USA. Two of the league's biggest clubs.
It's not a pretty relationship between these two.
And two of the league's most talented goal scorers.
Once again.
Go ahead. To head. Manchester City, Tottenham, Premier League mornings, Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on USA.
Another point for the internationals. How about that emotion? Well, it's all gone out for the U.S. on this day.
We're up to 117 views. God damn.
The President's Cup on NBC, Golf Channel, and Peacock.
We're back.
Under the first caution for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, the Cookout Southern 500. Earlier this weekend, the NBC Toyota on-track car with Jeff Burt behind the wheel got to maybe relive some of the greatest moments that have taken place here at the track.
Well, here we are, Darlington. This is, in my opinion, one of the most difficult racetracks in the world. Two guys that I grew up idolizing, Cale Yarborough, David Pearson,
Great at
from
this
South Carolina. They knew how to get her down this racetrack. The things that they did then, drivers still do today. The Darlington stripe is a tradition. The problem is, when you're going fast and you're trying to maximize speed, you get up there and you get into the wall. That's a Darlington stripe. What we don't know with this new car, how much can it take and how will that impact the race? I won a few races at this racetrack, and one of my advantages was turn 3.
I think you were also advantaged by the rain.
Right against the wall on corner entry, then carry his speed to the center. I never had to turn the wheel as much by doing this, and my car would accept more of what I ask of it. I also lost a race at this racetrack. Randy LaJoy beat me in an Xfinity race.
I drove in the corner too deep, and when I did, I go up the racetrack like this, and Randy DeJoy, he just hung a left on me, checked his entrance up, got back underneath me, and he went on to win the race. One of the greatest races in NASCAR history. Kurt Busch, Ricky Craven. Kurt Busch ripping the top. Ricky Craven, he chose the bottom. Just carrying so much speed. So they get it right here, and all the way down the front straightaway. They crash to the start finish line.
That's
An
cool.
incredible finish by two warriors. Yeah, such fun being on the racetrack. Reliving some of the history of this track. And I love this cam right here. We talked about the Darlington strike, and this is going to get a workout tonight because Tyler Reddick will pin that thing on the wall, be right up against it, and I don't know if this camera will make it through the whole night, but we're going to see some great shots.
Something about that wall, the red and white, it makes it look even faster.
Marty.
What a cool shot from Northern Tool and Equipment. We've talked about Chase Elliott losing 5 spots on the start. Why? He explains on the radio.
I'm awful. I just made a bad decision there. Lost those spots, but a little tight, a little lazy, but comfortable. Yeah, copy that.
So, Jeff, a bad decision. What could that have been on the start of the race for Chase Elliott?
Yeah, just picked the wrong line. Probably trying to be a little too conservative, knowing the competition caution is coming. Didn't want to get in a wreck, but one of the problems he's got now is several people, not many people hit it, but everybody that did is behind him. So he's got some cars that you would think would be slower than him once the race gets going, but those guys put on tires, so they might be getting him right now, him losing more spots.
And Jeff, the race about to get back underway. They have pushed the competition caution back.
I don't.
You
got problems with your mic.
We get ready to restart here.
All right. Anyway, here we
go.
We've had that caution for rain. Now it's expired. Green once more at Darlington. And the competition caution has been moved to lap 35.
Side by side, almost contact, almost in the wall there.
Logano rips it around to take the lead. At least hold on to it.
Amazing how they go through there side by side.
Battle for third. Kyle Busch, William Byron. Byron along the outside to clear and take the lead.
Spot away from the 18 of Kyle Busch. And then it's Tyler Reddick in the 8 just behind him.
You see how this racetrack is when you drive into turn 1. The momentum just shoots you up to the top of the racetrack. Now we're riding along with this incredible camera. Early in the run, you're going to see Tyler Reddick trying to run the bottom. Shortest way around the racetrack. Also looking for some clean
wow, 3 wide to the turn.
Get to the top, 3 wide.
Man.
Work here. They sorted out.
Big loser there was Ross Chastain.
Just to the inside of Alex Bowman on the windshield. At the very top of the windshield, the names there will be in yellow if they are playoff drivers. So
Bubba Wallace is not a playoff driver himself, but he is in the owner's playoff for that 45 car.
A yellow band across the spoiler for the playoff drivers.
A lot of cars using that high line in 3 and 4. We saw that last night in the Xfinity race. A lot of momentum down this straightaway. You see them dive to the inside when they get those runs.
A decision to make right here. What do you do? Do you enter in this corner side by side, or do you give a guy some slack?
Cindric showing he is in the
Very
7th
tight.
spot.
It looks much easier than it really is. Very easy to hit each other.
And the driver on the outside usually didn't have a choice but to lift and allow the guy on the inside to have the entry to one.
Elliott's
Now
gained
there's
back
a
the
second
positions he's
groove
lost. He's probably going to storm
into
back
turn
for
one
more.
where that guy on the outside can race, and everybody knows that. So it's kind of odd on how they get down to the corner. Who's going to lift first?
Shifting at Darlington as we ride along with Kevin Harvick, and here his shift points.
Using a lot of apron there, getting into turn 1. They don't use much off of turn 2 now with this new patch of asphalt put down there. Create some bumps when they come onto that patch and back off of it in turn 2. Talking to some drivers, they say the bottom, the apron in 3 and 4, not quite as much grip as they're used to.
Hamlin in 8th right now.
See a lot of guys using the apron down there as well.
So great at this track historically.
That 34 car, Michael McDowell, he qualified well. Had good speed, taking off. A good decision right here. Eric Jones got underneath him, and instead of being side by side off of 2, You just gave him the spot too early right now. You're not going to give that spot up later in the race.
This is like, you know, you talk about drivers that just see the match racetrack. This is Eric Jones's racetrack. He runs so good here. No matter what car he's driving at number 43 today in the top 10.
And a reminder, this is the one sport where when the playoffs start, it's not just playoff eligible athletes and teams. All 36, 37, 38 cars are out on the racetrack racing, trying to get the best performance they can get for their team, including the 43 of Eric Jones. Parker.
Guys, I spoke to his crew chief, Dave Allens, earlier today about what makes Eric so good at places like this. And he said he's just so patient with the race car. He's brave, he's bold with his decision-making in terms of how he drives it, but he's most importantly patient, and that pays off so much at tracks like this, where you have where the tires fall off, the runs can be long, and you just have to manage that car. And he said that's really Eric Jones' strength.
Eric finished in the top 10 in both stages earlier this year, got in an accident late that took him out of a good finish. We watched the 9-car Chase Elliott battling down the back straightaway.
Trying to pass Ty Gibbs.
And again, it's Ty Gibbs that's behind the wheel of the 23. 2311 made a switch with Kurt Busch not being able to drive. They went to the 45 with Bubba Wallace, and that put Ty Gibbs, who is substituting for Kurt Busch, in the 23. Marty.
Chase Elliott still back in 23rd, Rick. When I did talk to Alan Gustafson this morning, he said the one thing he was really worried about was their short run speed early in a run, and that's all we've had so far at Darlington. But he felt like long run speed, they would be good. Jeff, you had 6 wins here.
Just past Austin Dillon.
Between Xfinity and Cup, so you know how key that long run speed at Darlington can be.
Oh, it's so important. I tell you, somebody that's struggling with that long run speed right now, we just saw Chase Elliott go by Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon's losing another spot to Harrison Burton. So early in the race, Austin Dillon's going the wrong way.
Dillon, the last one into the playoffs with his big win a week ago at Daytona.
Look how slow he is in the middle of the corner. 7th car coming up on him, trying to take a position away. LaJoy had to come to pit road. I believe he got tires. So Austin's begging for that competition yellow to come out. Just a few more laps for that 3 car.
And yeah, we got 9 laps until the competition caution. 9 or 8.
We're going to continue to talk all night about, you know, long run speed and tire fall off. It's more than just what setup is in your race car. It's also what the guy's doing behind the wheel. We see Denny Hamlin reach over downshift. If you attack these tires when they're brand new, you can take speed out of them right away. You almost need to kind of ease into the run. Now you have to do that while racing. You can't give up spots. It's
a little tired. Let me get my
like an artist approach, Dave. You got to kind of figure out, feel it, not slip those tires, not lose any grip.
And the guy you're riding on board with is one of the best at it. Denny Hamlin with 4 wins here. He'll take that spot away from Austin Cindric, but he'll do it gingerly.
Energy lock adrenaline.
You've got to know where not to rough up the tires when you make those passes. He was very patient with Cindric. Told his crew chief early on, the car is great. I'm just chilling. Denny has moved from 11th to 7th now.
Steve, knowing that you've got a caution coming up in about 5 laps, why would you be ginger with your tires now? Shouldn't you be aggressive?
Well, you can now, but for the first, even a 20-lap run here is going to feel like a long run. So if you slide those tires, the next lap
Bowman
you're
passing
slow
Blaney for 13.
Or 2 more than everyone around you. So
there's Truex, the guy who got shot on.
Yes, but this is not a
or really, the guy who didn't make the playoffs.
Just wide. Yeah. Martin Truex Jr. looking at the inside of Ryan Blaney. And by the way, it was Blaney who knocked Truex out of the playoffs based upon points. 3 points separated the two, and Blaney got in.
We always talk about how difficult it is for drivers to race against other drivers that aren't in the playoffs. You got a guy like Martin Truex Jr. He's finished 2nd in points for the last 5 years. He feels like
first
a
or
champion.
second.
It's going to be interesting watching him navigate through these playoffs by not being in it. He's not going to be easy with those guys. He's going to be pushing for races, Marty.
Minus 12 spots for Austin Dillon. About to lose another one to his brother Ty right behind him. What's going on? Listen on the radio.
Hey, running like dogs. Okay, we'll fix it.
Not very happy, extremely tight. So, Steve, sometimes you'll do that with your race car, right? You want to set it up tight because they build loose. It gets so free as the run goes on here at Darlington as those tires wear out. Maybe a little too tight at the beginning of the run. By the way, his brother Ty right behind him does have fresh tires, so he should go by him before the comp caution.
Well, it builds free. I also feel like the track swings free as the sun sets. As the track cools, I've always found that the cars free up. So while it seems bleak right now for the 3-car, long race. We can't say this enough. Long race. Just stay in the lead lap, keep working on it.
For some reason, this whole weekend, the track's been free. All the Xfinity drivers complaining about being loose. Last night, the Xfinity race, all the Cup guys, all their laps, talking about their cars being loose. Just been a handful for everybody, Parker.
And another playoff driver who's really struggling right now is Chase Briscoe in his first playoff appearance in that 14 car, falling all the way back the 32nd after starting 19 just early in this race. He too fighting a very tight condition. He told me when he arrived yesterday for practice, he said it felt different, it felt more intense, it felt like it mattered. And then we had one of our worst practices yet this season, and they've just not been able to handle that 14 car, really struggling. He's looking forward to that competition caution coming out, and I think that's something tough for this team, Steve, for the crew chief, Johnny Klossmeyer, to keep him in the game. That young driver, first playoff appearance, really struggling early on.
Well, we talk about what is, experience and playoff experience. You can feel it this weekend. When you walk through the garage, it's the same guys that were there last week, but it felt a little different. You could tell that the playoffs were here.
Battle for
Those
third.
young
William
drivers
Byron
that
and
got
Kyle Busch.
experience. I mean, look
Comp
at Kyle
caution
Busch, a
coming
two-time
soon.
champ. He knows. He had that kind of that feeling and that look walking around the convention center in Charlotte for media day. He just seemed like he was excited for the playoffs to be here. That's that experience paying off.
Putting pressure on William Byron right here. Trying different lines, trying to keep some clean air on that car. Look at him go lower through the corner, trying to be able to drive deeper with some downforce on that front end, running lower through the middle of 1 and 2. Again, trying to keep that car in clean air. He's been doing the same thing down here in 3 and 4, way down on the apron with his 18 car, going wherever the 24 is not.
Kyle Busch had a very fast car yesterday in practice. Maybe one of the best cars for sure.
Drives right up beside him, but that 24 has the momentum off the turn, down the front straightaway, pulling away.
Those two fighting for the third spot. Byron has it right now. Kyle Busch is trying to take it away as we're anticipating the competition caution any moment now.
Yep, there he is.
Yellowed out.
It's hard to believe as we see Kyle Busch that we are all the way to the playoffs without contract news.
Yeah.
I mean, earlier this summer we heard about, well, him and Gibbs are working back and forth. I just assumed, some negotiations. They're going to get figured out. But then, a lot of whispers that it's just the door has shut at Gibbs. I don't know if that's true or untrue. But what I do know for a fact is we're now in September. We have, after today, less than 10 races left in this season, and a two-time champ, 60 career wins, doesn't know for what organization he'll be driving for next year. It's mind-blowing to think, and I think it is weighing on Kyle Busch.
To your point, Steve, we've been coming to these racetracks feeling like that something is imminent, an announcement is imminent, and then and then it gets pulled away, pulled off the table. The talks fall apart. It's been blowing our minds that this guy isn't got a contract yet for next year.
He said it's coming soon. He said the announcement's coming soon. It's got to.
He's mentioned also that there are multiple offers that he is weighing right now. So again, waiting on that news. Don't know exactly when it's going to come, but obviously we will be here to let you know what that decision is. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You get access to high definition.
We're now 10% of the way through the race.
Tracker, pit stop data. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app. Field on their way down
Time to pit
road now, Dave.
Rick, once the race resumed, Denny Hamlin picked up 5 spots in the 11 car. Says the car is building just a little bit tight right now. He'll get an adjustment for that. Sunoco fuel and Goodyear tires, Kim.
Tyler Reddick was loose yesterday in practice. Today, saying he was at 1.5 tight. You see him there at the top of the 8 car. Crew chief Randall Burnett said he may be over-adjusted. They'll go back a little bit. Air pressure, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Parker.
And Ken Christopher Bell pits down the second position there on the center of your screen. It'll be 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for him, and he was very happy with the car and said, I wouldn't make any changes for a longer run than that, Marty.
Joey Logano has led every lap to this point. He's just started to lose the rear to the end of that run. Bobbles a little
Winner.
bit leaving his stall, but I think
Byron
to the lead here.
beats Bell off pit road for a second spot.
But I need help for now.
Kyle Busch is just 5 spots pit road. Now look who's running up front. It's the 22 and the 24.
When safe drivers save up to 30% on their auto insurance for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a pretty big deal.
I might just mute you, dude, because like you don't talk, and all I kept get is your background noise. So just for sorry, well. After the first caution, here's how they were running before they pitted. Logano in first, Bell second, Byron third, Kyle Busch fourth, Reddick fifth, Hamlin seventh, Cindric eighth, Larson ninth, Chastain 12th, Bowman 13th, Blaney 15th, Harvick 16th, Elliott 21st, Dillon 25th, or Austin Dillon 25th, Suarez 27th, and Briscoe in 33rd. Looks like some cars might have stayed out, or they might just be waiting to pit. Kevin Harvick must have had a penalty, considering he's now at the back of the field. A slow stop for the number 18 because a nut got stuck.
Toyota, let's go places. And by Northern Tool and Equipment. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. Tradition here at Darlington Raceway, and we're staying with tradition. Stage 2 will have an Earnhardt, a Jarrett, and a Petty that will take over the broadcasting call. So that will be Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dale Jarrett, and Kyle Petty will take over in Stage 2. Dave.
Rick, Kevin Harvick will start near the back of the field because of a pit road miscue, one of the first for the playoff drivers. The left front had trouble being taken off. In fact, it was so long that the jack was dropped early without the left front being put back on. Take a look at Kevin's onboard here. They come around, having trouble getting that left front off, and before they even get a chance to put the left front back on, Kevin is told to go. They had to come back and do it. No penalty, though. That's the good news.
Oh, wow. No, just a really, really, really bad pit stop.
Fire since they made a change a couple months ago, Steve, but first pit stop of the playoffs did not go well.
No, and you know, good thing that the teams are getting a little bit better about stopping their driver. We have seen guys get off pit road, have the wheels come off. That's where the crew chiefs start to get suspended, so they're getting a little bit more familiar with these issues.
Right before the competition caution, we saw Byron and Kyle Busch fighting for position. Well, Kyle Busch not a good stop. They will restart ninth. The field approaching the Geico restart zone.
There we go. I think second restart.
Great push from 20 car right here.
The 22.
22 Logano down in turn 1. Logano's going to have clearance into 1, do whatever he wants. Now the battle's for second with Byron. Christopher Bell.
24 clears a 20.
Take the spot away. So Byron up to second now. Bell will drop back to third. And there you see Tyler Reddick peeking out in the 8, trying to take a look at maybe taking that third spot away.
And it looked like kind of a block on Christopher Bell there on the 8. Down in the tree. Wasn't sure if that was just a shallow entry, but Reddick got to check up. Now he's flipping back there to Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin. We're almost side by side here.
Yeah, Hamlin, the owner and the student.
Early on here.
Bubba's going to stay next to Denny Hamlin. Did not concede that spot. Another car bottom out just a little bit through that bump.
Yeah, there's new pavement turn 2, and the drivers talk about it being very bumpy and uncomfortable getting.
Busch looks like he's going with his teammate.
Get on the corner exit. Bubba's fighting good on the outside here, though.
Yeah, Bubba staying on his master. Oh my God, staying on his owner. Even worse, staying on his team owner. Fuck me. Great, unintentionally racist. Unintentional racism. My apologies.
That's what I want to know, Steve. Are we going to split this stage in half? If we're going to do that, 35 laps, I'm going to run hard. There's no tell me I got to go 50, 60, then I'm going to have to start saving tires. But at 35, I think I can go ahead and roll.
All the drivers have to be very cognizant of slipping the tire early. If you beat the tire up in the first 5 laps, that costs you.
Yeah, this track is so
at the end of the run.
rough.
To your point, if you're going to do a long run, you don't want to lose spots on a green flag, but you want to maintain.
Rough on the tires.
Push the car in those first 5 laps. Save that car a little bit those first 5 laps for it to last a long time.
Well, let's take a look at the Xfinity fast.
Logano is tearing it up.
Joey Logano at 29.33. He wasn't reading those notes. He's out there pushing, stretching that gap, stretching that lead. Dale, to your point, you know what that tells me? There's no way Joey Logano expects to run 70 on this set of tires. He knows in about 25 more laps, he's going to be turning left, coming down pit road, getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Chastain battling here on the inside of Blaney down into turn 3. Dives down into the bottom
Chastain by Blaney for 10th spot. Ooh, that was close. And behind are 2 more cars, Cedric and Bowman.
Ross Chastain, his approach to these playoffs is going to be, I think he's been confused lately. He's been fast early in regular season, but he's been involved in a lot of incidents. The drivers have been mad at him. That move right there says, you know what, I'm putting that behind me. I'm going to drive the way I want to drive. I'm going to drive the way Ross Chastain does.
I hope he gets dumped.
And not care about anybody but myself.
And we'll see how aggressive he gets if he's able to get
Now we're looking at Hemrick and Harvick and Dillon. They're all the way in the back. Harvick has his penalty. Dillon because he wasn't running well. Hemrick because the 16 car isn't that good unless it's got dinger.
Fixed after that first run that he did not like the car at all, and now he's trying to take the spot away from the 4 of Harvick.
Yeah, he did take a spot away, but this is back to 30th and 31st position. Neither one of these guys want to be this far back in the field.
That's where Kevin Harvick is so good, though. He's a grinder. I mean, he really is. You think about his entire career. Early, he had trouble managing his emotions, but as he got more mature, he became, in my opinion, the very best at race management. Even at a time where his cars haven't been that fast, he finds a way to get finishes where other people won't. So this is not too big of a task for him.
Let's see if Austin Dillon's got that car tuned up a little bit.
I don't know what y'all get beat, man. We'll keep working on it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe because you actually suck as a driver.
I mean, goodness gracious. He's pretty he's a little disappointed in that car, and I'm sure those guys are going to continue to work on
Getting outrun by his own fucking brother.
Can I answer your question, Junior? No.
Well, yeah, right now, 4 of the playoff drivers outside of the top 25, outside of the top 20.
Listen, we are grinders. I love long races. In fact, Steve, he told you this week in an interview you did, I wish races were 800 miles. That's where we are at our strength.
800 miles.
For the races are long. Don't count them out quite yet, but they are struggling here in stage 1 for Austin Dillon.
Well, they're struggling, but
Right now, the bottom 4 are Suarez, Harvick, Briscoe, and Austin Dillon.
the majority, they knew this was the playoff race. You start putting a little bit more effort, a little bit more emphasis of engineering on what you're going to bring to Darlington. The 3 car had to bring it all to Daytona to get in, and we'll see, Marty, if that theory of long races suits him. He's going to have to stay on the lead lap, though, for it to work.
We just saw Ross Chastain had gotten by Kyle Larson. And back to the 3 and that communication between driver and crew chief. Earlier in the year, RCR said, and Richard Childress specifically said, you know, timing was really bad on the announcement of Tyler Reddick. Well, what about the timing of Justin Alexander saying, I won't be back with this team next year? He made it right before the playoffs.
Well, he made it publicly right before the playoffs, but I believe internally that known for some time. Justin has just said the grueling schedule is too much. As a Cup Series crew chief, he still hopes to stay at RCR or maybe move to another race team in a lesser role, but he's making a commitment back to his family. So it's just too much time to be gone and too much pressure to operate one of these race teams.
I'm sure he's getting a lot of phone calls, though, to try to reconsider that and stick around in the sport in some capacity. We look at this 5 car here, kind of slipping back to the field, and this is very reminiscent of the way this race went for this car earlier. Started second earlier this year and finished 13th in stage 1. Ended up having an engine failure. Now, Ross Chastain, on the other hand, did not qualify well. We saw a lot of speed in this car in practice. He's driving through the front. Already caught this 43 car of Eric Jones. He was second in stage 1 first. He won the stage 2 in the race earlier this year. Very fast race car. Got to see this 1 car continue to drive through the field. Maybe a factor in the win later.
Chastain up to 9th.
Going the right way. All of the field continues to follow Logano.
Wait. All right. Perfect on the 27th.
It's back, America. Applebee's all-you-can-eat boneless wings, just $12.99.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Wish you could get the feeling of a relaxing foot massage just by walking around? Now you can with new Skechers Massage Fit footwear. The unique wave technology is designed to gently massage your foot with every step and are machine washable. Keep your feet happy all day long with new Skechers Massage Fit.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs on USA. Telecast presented by T-Mobile. And what a beautiful shot of mile and a third race.
All right, we're back.
Grandstands completely full. And you see the campers and the cars all the way around this facility. Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico.
Watching the battle for the lead. It's pretty much stabilized at about a second, 9/10 between these two cars. William Byron was a little bit quicker than Logano closing in. William led 24 laps here earlier this year with a fast
My
race
Chase.
car in position to win.
All right, my man's here. My man Chase. The other guy's muted because of all I kept getting was his background noise and nothing else. All right, Byron, 2 Darlington top 5 finishes and 4 finishes of 21st or worse. The pain that was the last race at Darlington. You know what I mean, man?
Yeah, it's ironic for the top 2.
I wanted Byron to win that race more than I wanted to lose my virginity. All right, like if someone doesn't wreck Chastain during the playoffs, then life's not fair.
He's just a little bit too loud. Just a little bit.
Huh?
You're kind of echoing through my end.
How about now?
You're echoing.
Oh, wonderful. I don't. That's weird. Echo, 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 echo. Elliott up to 15. The regular season champ.
Do you think a playoff driver is going to win or a non-playoff driver?
I don't know. Probably. I want more non-winners. That's all I want. That or Hendrick. I mean, that means I just don't want a third of the field to win.
And that's the key there. Steve, I got a question for you. You know there's roadblocks back there. It could be bottoming out that shock potentially, but you don't really think of that being something on low air pressures. But if it's happening all the time, this could just be simply a setup issue, right?
That's absolutely right, Parker. That's why that question came back. If it improved, that tells me it is probably the rub block. As the tire builds air pressure, the car travels a little bit less. It doesn't get as close to the ground. But air pressure doesn't change as much shock travel. So if you're bottoming out the shock, that's not going to change as we see Denny Hamlin methodically work his way by the 8 of Tyler Reddick up into the top 5. right by, you got the 11 running.
Hamlin, the master of Darlington,
Position right here from Reddick. Bubba
basically.
Wallace and the 45 right behind him. Toyota's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Christopher Bell just.
That's going to take some time getting used to. Bubba Wallace in the 45.
Nah, if you say so.
But they are still chasing a Ford and a Chevrolet.
Also, how is Bubba still not part of the Coca-Cola Racing family yet?
I don't know. I mean, who cares about the Coca-Cola Racing family? Because I sure don't.
I'm just saying, because he has a Dr. Pepper sponsor, so, like, he should be in it.
Way to the bottom of the racetrack. Lap traffic right in front of these guys. So far, the 22's had that clean air on the front of that car. It's been helping him with this lap traffic. It's going to present an opportunity for William. Marty.
Boy, William Byron showing the strength, as you guys mentioned, in the long run of this car.
Oh man, I didn't even notice he caught up. Oh my god.
This morning, he said,
Come on, man. Get him. Get him. Crash him. There he goes on the inside. New leader, the 24. Yes. Damn, that was slick. Well, actually, the 22 looks like he looks slow. Like Byron's driving away from him now. It looks like already half a second ahead. What happened? Is there a problem with the 22 car?
I don't know.
I mean, look. You see how slow that thing's going now? Right, he's lost 2/10 this lap.
Probably low downforce.
You know, Byron needs a kick in the needed a kick in the ass for this next set of races because he's been so slow.
You should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want.
And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
With handcrafted steak, burgers, and chicken sandwiches, there's a perfect plate for everyone. Great value for all your favorites, only from IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every order.
This is why we turn trays off.
Huh?
Nothing. I'm just reading something on the internet right now.
I gotcha. I'm playing freaking Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons while I'm during the commercials because I can't see anything else.
Parts that fit your vehicle,
Left,
go to eBay
up,
Motors. Let's ride.
No, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1,
Can anyone tell me
4,
what Julie did
4,
wrong?
4,
You gotta
3,
repeat
3, 2,
No one's ever gonna get it the first time. Nope.
Didn't leave her last name.
No, the phone tells you who called.
Yeah, she didn't mention a good time to call her back. How am I supposed to know when to call her back?
No, she just shouldn't have left a voicemail. 9 out of 10 times a text will do.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other, and a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still don't believe it ever happened.
Back from commercial.
Yeah. We're back. Looking at Blaney's car. He's about to pass by the lap car. Pass by the lap car. BJ McLeod. Oh wait, they're pitting. I think some cars are pitting. That's why Truex is slower. So I think Truex is going to pit, as well as Yaley. Remember, it's easy to admit. Stenhouse, Keselowski, Castle, Yaley, Truex, Larson, Haley, LaJoy, Suarez on pit road. Byron 2.5 seconds ahead of Logano. Something must happen to that 22 because it's lost all of its speed. You see that too?
Yeah, I see that.
My God.
I'm not sure about you, but right now I'm watching Hamlin and Busch on pit road. I'm not sure if you see the
I see
same.
Kyle Busch just pulled on the pit road.
Okay, yeah, I'm a couple seconds ahead then.
Okay. Yeah.
Denny Hamlin on and off pit road. Good stop for him as he will get his 4 tires and fuel. Hey guys, also on pit road, Ryan
Blaney and Reddick now on pit road. Logano pitting. Jones pitting. McDowell pitting. Byron now 3.5 seconds ahead of Christopher Bell. Holy cow.
And you got Cody Ware on green flag pit stops in 10 a lap down.
I mean, that car is hauling ass.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to get fucked over in stage 2.
Shut
can't
up.
Wait.
Don't you fuck. He's on pit road. Oh, Logano having major problems. They couldn't get a tire off of it. Disaster for Logano. It was great. Bubba now takes the lead, so cue the racists. I have come to the conclusion the only people who don't like Bubba are racists, because it is the only reason that people dislike him. There is no one can. I don't know what you think, but.
Well, I used to Bubba, but now I like Bubba now.
It's like,
because, you know,
the only people. Sorry, keep going.
Because I'm a roll fan, I was like, I'm kind of going with Bubba. I'm kind of hate him back in Xfinity. I'm jealousy because like that was the surprise.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of hated Bubba out of jealousy, but not rage. But
Yeah.
now I got 6 die-cast.
Yeah, nice. Stenhouse is now 6 laps down. I'm gonna mention that right now. Our current last place driver. Byron is back in the lead, 0.7 seconds ahead of Kyle Busch.
William Byron, you've left pit road. You have brand new tires. I'm telling you on the radio, guys, you got to run 39 on this set now. Take your time, nice and easy on that gas pedal.
That car, and Byron is my pick to. I don't, Chase, did you see that Byron was my pick to win?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I have Reddick.
You got Reddick? Yeah, that's what Ace picked. You should come along to one of our singing sessions sometime. If, you know, when there are enough people in it. Elliott's up to 13th after his horrendous start to the stage. Looking back in the back of the pack, we still have Kevin Harvick's in 22nd, Austin Dillon's in 25th, Chase Briscoe's in 27th, and what happened to Larson? Larson's run out of power.
Oh no, it's Daytona all over again.
Except this is the wrong time to have it break. Oh God. Defending series champion. Now he slipped below the cut line, and this would save Harvick at the moment.
It's gonna say Briscoe, Suarez, and
no. Ooh, Eric Jones almost wiped out there. Good God.
Eric Jones could be a long shot. He's won here before.
Maybe. I know, but you know, with Byron, like Harvick, I mean, no, right now Briscoe's still below the cut line. He's 10 below, I think, or 7 below. He's Mr. 10 below. Friends call me Snow Miser. Whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch. Oh, too much.
This is huge right here, guys. So run it for now. What that tells me is that they feel like they have an issue. They're not going to go behind the wall because they probably understand what they think it is. They probably can't fix it. So run it at least until the stage ends, 35 more laps. The big issue for the 5, I mean, you never want to have a failure, but this is stage 1. And this is a car that would probably run inside the top 10 to see stage points. So this is worst case scenario.
Well, we got.
I wouldn't have had Larson out in round 1. That would suck. He's about to get lapped a second time. Actually, Ty Gibbs has just gone a lap down. Gibbs is in the 27th position.
Either way, Larson's fine because I think Kansas is next week.
Yeah, Larson actually is now 3 laps down. Come on, he's probably.
Yeah, so,
I mean, I just wanted to say, let your teammate. I mean, I was talking to someone, an F1 fan, about the fact that IndyCar doesn't have blue flags, which is when lap cars are supposed to just let the leaders just roll by. I don't agree with it, but Larson should. He's at this point, he's 3 laps down with a problematic car. There he goes. Yeah, he moves over his teammate, and there we go. You know, at least I like that they do that because they don't have to be coerced into doing it by the FIA. Anyway, back to the race. Hamlin and Bell in the battle for a second spot. So we got the 4 Joe Gibbs racing cars running 2nd through 5th. Ty Gibbs is battling hard to keep to stay on the lead lap.
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. Telecast presented by T-Mobile.
T-Mobile has 5G here, and we also cover you up here. Yep. Get free Wi-Fi now and streaming all flight long. We do coverage differently, with expanded high-speed data across the world. So you're connected here, and here.
Hopefully, if it's near the end of the race and nothing goes badly, we can get Dave in here to celebrate Gobbling.
On the ground, in the air, overseas.
Where the fuck is my phone?
Beyond the inspected.
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh shit, what happened?
I really need to know.
Go spicy or go home, right?
What? No. What if I'm not sure I have the right coverage for my car?
Oh, your agent can help me make sure it's just what you need.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck and it gets covered in empanadas?
You can file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Oh.
That is pretty spicy. That's for you.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait.
How are those new white ones?
They're small.
For parts that fit your vehicle, go to eBay Motors. Let's ride.
2 Sonic Chop House cheeseburgers coming up.
Adding crispy onions.
Spreading the Chop House aioli.
Sonic Chop House cheeseburger, ready for pickup.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch.
Yeah.
It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a
Alright,
better
Chase, you live with your family still?
zero carbon emissions?
Yeah, why?
I'm just curious. I just remember, since you're talking about renewable energy, remember with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, there are multiple things that you could save money on because they offered credits for people going to buy this stuff, like an electrical oven. It uses infrared to cook instead of using gas. It also looks cool. Oh, no. I'm a nerd.
Darlington and Kyle Larson have not been on good terms this year. This was in May, running inside the top 10. The 5-car with that cool throwback paint scheme, unfortunately not a good day, had an engine issue. And then last week at Daytona, tries to get out of the pack. Now luckily at this point he was locked in the playoffs, but the engine brakes on this 5-car at Daytona. Disappointing, looking for some momentum. And then here today,
Well, I half wish Verstappen sees him as like Larson's. Good, but not that good.
His lap times are pretty good. He's in front of Kyle Busch, the second place car, but he's 3 laps down.
All right.
I know, it looks very good and a little bit of a wiggle there, but that's normal at Darlington. He said, yeah, for some reason, now it's running. He's been reading back the error codes on his data screens to the crew. And the interesting thing is, crew chief Cliff Daniels came down off of the pit box, talking to the engineers, looking at laptops, working with the engine group, and as well, Chad Knaus down here helping out as well. So the scene is different than it was years ago. Now, you gather around a laptop, you look for error codes, and try to come up with what caused that. Was it just an anomaly, or is it a terminal issue? Right now, it doesn't look terminal.
Yeah, and Dave, when Kyle Larson came out behind William Byron, he was aware of it. Actually, this was communication on the radio.
Can I help it here or no? This puts them 3 down. I mean, it would help, but you gotta drive them. You gotta go here.
Yeah. Can I help? Yeah, you know, that's what team racing should be like in every damn racing sport.
He wants to win this stage and have the momentum that they've got going right now.
It's just so tough to ask your teammate, and I don't think Kyle Larson would. I don't think we saw how hard he raced, even Chase that. He wouldn't ask William Byron to give up a position, potential stage win. Now, if Kyle could drive up to William Byron's rear bumper, I'm sure he would let him go, but not at the expense of giving up the lead.
Nope.
The 18 has already made its way by, and so running in that second spot. Parker.
All right, Rick, and think about what he's accomplished here just in a short bit of the first stage of this race. In the first stop, he went from around 4th place all the way back to 9th because they had a gun issue on the right front. The nut got stuck in the gun. It was a slow stop. He drove up 6 spots, then on that green flag stop, got himself up to the top 3, and now has the speed to try and chase down William Byron. I'm not surprised to see this. Before the race on the pre-race show, Kim, he told me this car's strength was the long run, and I think we're seeing that right now.
Well, his teammate Martin Truex Jr. started this race 17th, now works to P6. They just narrowly missed the playoffs, and I talked to crew chief James Small this morning, and he said we are still here to win races. So I
All right, Stenhouse is still out on the track, but he's still on track, but he's 7 laps down now. 26 cars remain on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs has still been able to hold on. Truex is in 6th. He just got passed by Chastain.
Where the hell did Kyle Busch come from? How is he catching Byron?
No idea. I mean, good pit stop, good car. Oh no, we're only 14 laps or so into the. We're 18 laps into the run.
It could have been much worse if that happened under caution, and certainly much worse if
There's only 2 non-playoff drivers and Truex and Jones.
Truex and Jones, yeah. Where's Bubba at? 13.
It would have been a tremendous issue. So you see the Jackman goes in. He jacks it up, but the car kind of falls back down. Either the handle's not tight or he wasn't good.
Unbelievable. Okay. Really bad pit stop for Logano. Pitted from, what, 2nd spot and lost 9 spots under green.
5, 6, 7 seconds on a 9-second pit stop. Almost double.
He could be tight.
No damage to the car. Very recoverable, but cost the 22 10 spots, as Marty reported.
Logano had led 64 laps to start this race, and so that now has mired him back in the 11th spot. And still
Kyle Busch, like, he's running fast. He's not gaining
to go in stage 1. Looking at the big picture
that much, if at all.
Remember a year ago, he won at Bristol and won at Kansas, which are the next 2 races, Kansas and Bristol. He won there last fall, and so you win and you advance to the next round. But that does still put him in a hole.
Yeah, we ranked.
Like, we got a picture of Bubba in his DraftKings.
Nice. That's one of the sexiest cars in the field. One of the sexiest liveries. The green and the orange and the black.
It sucks he only runs it once a year, but whenever he does, he seems to get a top 5 in it.
That was New Hampshire, right?
The year before it was. Yeah. For 2 turns with
They're breaking up.
Bubba has really turned it on the second half of this year, right? We saw him have such a great car at Michigan. No, super emotional to not get that win. But I said it before the race, right? He didn't have to win. He just needed to be in the picture, and that's what he got. He got those final laps, that crazy restart with Kevin Harvick. He's a better race car driver because of that opportunity. The commitment back to Bubba. He gets his contract extension at 23-11. He's just doing a really nice job behind the wheel. Bubba Wallace, right?
Just imagine how broken everyone's brackets would be if Larson got one.
Yeah, I mean, Larson was part of my Final 4.
I have him as my champion.
Really? I don't know.
Built for America's most reliable 5G network, because when seconds
then again, who can tell? It's fucking playoffs.
Need technology.
No one expected Logano to win it, though.
Yeah.
Horizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels,
Or no wheels.
or no wheels.
Da 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 da.
We love our new neighborhood.
Yeah, great schools, wonderful neighbors.
One for
So
the
helpful.
money, two another
Maybe
show. Three, start your engines now and rock and roll. Now, 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 now,
We save so much money.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Let me check chat real quick.
The all-new
It's been a
2
little
for $5
slow today.
menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap,
Very
small jumbo
slow.
popcorn chicken, or a
Well, under
4-pound
caution
double
limit as well.
cheeseburger. Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
Truex passing by Chastain. The Melon Man getting passed by Jersey Shore. I made nicknames for all of the F1 drivers. My favorite one, I call Alex Albon the TIE Fighter. So I should maybe come up with some more for NASCAR drivers.
The 2022 top. Toyota, let's go places.
327 views, good God. Thank you, guys.
There's no place like Kansas.
There's no place like Kansas. Kansas, one of my favorite mile and a halves. Well, to be fair, the only one I don't like is Texas at this point, considering how good intermediates have it now.
Drivers, start your engines. NASCAR playoffs.
Look at that! Look at that! Those packed grandstands. Isn't that awesome? When was the last time Darlington sold out like this?
Last year.
Oh. Wow, my memory's pretty bad. It's just, it looks so good. Look, I mean, look at that. It's just packed. You see a few empty seats, but
I'm glad they brought it back twice a year.
yeah. What am I trying to say? William Byron has still not been able to lap Ty Gibbs, or even catch up to him. They've been able to. They passed by.
Knowing Ty Gibbs.
Ooh my God! What was that? Kozlowski just ran into the back of Cody Ware. What the hell, man? Just because he beat you at Daytona doesn't mean you gotta get up his ass like a hemorrhoid. Buescher and Dillon, by the way, are now both a lap down. So.
Which Dillon?
What? Just like Buescher.
Which Dillon?
Austin, or both of them. Dillon's in Austin's in 25th. Ty is in 26th.
I know he ran well here in the sprint, but I didn't believe it. He's making a believer out of me here with 9 to go.
I got to be honest, and I got to confess, I had him out of round 1, so I didn't believe it either, Steve. But hard to believe he is 9 laps, about to be 8 laps from his first stage win. Listen to this. Since Talladega in April, asked William Byron what was going on this summer. He said everything we did in the sim just didn't work. The biggest key to the playoffs for us, coming back to racetracks for a second time. We ran well at Darlington, you mentioned that, Steve. We run well at Kansas, too, but that second trip back to a track, Steve.
Yeah, he was leading at Kansas when he blew a tire. Holy crap, holy Penskeola. Blaney and Logano, and Bubba Wallace right behind them. That's the battle for 9th and 11th. Ooh, did Logano get into his teammate?
Oh, man, this is how these playoffs are going to be.
Don't give an inch. I like it. Blaney still trying to hold his ground as he has that high line, and Logano diving back in on the inside of turn 3.
So right now, 3 playoff drivers outside the top 20. And 2 more outside the top 15. That's, that's what I love. Oh, God. This track's so difficult, so rough, and it's so good. Well, also, what do you think of my setup? Do you see the picture of my setup, my streaming setup?
I saw it.
Yeah, what do you think of it?
It looks good, but not to brag, but I think mine is better.
I mean, my iPad is plugged into an alarm clock, and the alarm clock is on its side. Of course, yours is gonna be better. I had to improvise and almost probably destroyed the alarm clock because it's not supposed to go at this angle. Sorry.
Have you seen my setup?
No.
I'll have to send you a picture of it.
Yeah.
And that's a compliment, though. I don't think he's inappropriate, but he is, man, he gets every inch out of that rear bumper left to right.
Once again, guys, you see Joey Logano. He was advancing on
Almost feel like I set it up like a visor.
Now he's starting to back up. So the second time we've seen this far not be good on long runs. They're going to have to figure that out. Here you go right here.
Ty Gibbs still managing to not see the position. Oh, maybe not this time. Byron finally getting around Ty, almost, or finally gets around Ty Gibbs. Blue flags. Don't give a fuck about blue flags. Holding up, that was a good pass by the 24. I didn't notice. Will at this point, Kyle Busch is now 2 seconds behind William Byron. I didn't even notice that he fell back that much.
Damn.
Right, Justin, 20 cars in the lead lap now. Next up to be if to be lapped would be Daniel Suarez.
So some names on that pylon having really good days early in Darlington.
3 laps remaining in stage 1.
The non-winners that are left in the top 20: Corey LaJoie, Brad Keselowski. Oh man, that was close.
I saw a caution. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because I was like, hold on, did they cross the white flag yet?
No, now it's probably going to be a car. Holy shit, it's Chase Briscoe and Chase Elliott. Fuck me. The 9 smacked the wall. There's not a lot of visible damage to the 9, but maybe it's internal stuff. Briscoe's front right, rear right has a ton of damage. Oh man. Ah! Damn it! Toe link damage on the 9. Great. You know, this is just exactly what we didn't need.
One change this week heading into the playoffs. Damaged vehicle policy.
All right, they got 10 minutes.
So listen, the damaged vehicle policy. There's a lot of things go with it, but one part, the most
It's the one thing I didn't need. Fuck.
minutes to repair your car from yellow line to yellow line. Guys,
Damn it, man. Well, stage is gonna end. Byron first, Hamlin second, Kyle Busch third. Oh. Bell 4th, Truex 5th, Chastain 6th, Reddick 7th, Jones 8th, Blaney 9th, and Cindric 10th. Fuck. I mean, sorry. No, Bubba Wallace 10th. Bubba Wallace 10th. Bubba Wallace 10th. Sorry, what did you say?
It's just like last year. We're all.
Yeah, I can see the right. I guess, yeah.
Was the allowed time. These cars have proven to be a little tougher to work on. So moving into the playoffs, NASCAR has changed the clock limit to 10 minutes for the Cup Series. Very important. Their goal is to not eliminate guys that can repair their cars, and that's what we're going to see right here. Now, the hope is that it is a toe link and not a lower or upper control arm on this 9 car. We'll have to see what the repairs look like. Marty.
You heard Chase Elliott say, I just got way too free, but that car shot up the racetrack. Alan Gustafson, the leader that he is, said, I want to make sure I know who's going over the wall. And that 10 minutes, Steve, that you mentioned could be huge. We've seen teams be able to complete that change in about 6.5 minutes, 6 minutes 45. So the teams went to NASCAR and said, hey, this new car, we need more time to be able to make repairs on pit road.
All right, so now he's going to go a lap down.
Checker to end stage 1 here with William Byron taking the stage win. But now his teammate Chase Elliott on pit road, Rick, trying to get these repairs done. Can they get them done before the 10 minutes are up?
All right, so the mechanic at the top of the suspension, that's definitely the toe link. I circled what I think is a bent lower control arm as well. Going to have to update this when we come back. Rick, repairs for Chase Elliott. Big playoff implications.
They can fix that. Oh my God, save me. And then again, if he wins at Kansas, it means nothing. But I mean, this Darlington means nothing. But still.
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No. A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Finished? Of course not. You know crispy, juicy, tender rookie. You know the crumbs at the bottom of the bag are the finale to your McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich.
Just sold my car with Car Gurus.
Yeah, you did.
And you instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our
This
network
sucks.
of thousands of
Elliott
dealers.
2 laps down.
Car, but keeping the butt. You sell the broom too? Car Gurus. Get the best
I don't know how many points he's going to lose because, well, Suarez is actually and Harvick are both
Everything at stake.
running well enough.
You're gonna get into it with your friends. It's gonna happen.
I want to be the one that steals the show.
If you haven't been watching NXT 2.0, you've been missing action. Oh, let's go! You have to see to believe. Drama.
Tensions at an all-time high.
Up close and personal. And superstars that will take your breath away. All as close as it gets.
Welcome to NXT 2.0.
NXT 2.0, as close as it gets. Tuesdays at 8, only on USA.
Every week. 4 contestants. 1 liar.
That was our initial strategy.
Now you're changing it? I see you. Snake.
I feel that if a man's lying to my face, I'd be able to tell the difference.
Will the real snake stand up?
Oh my God.
Snake in the grass.
New episodes, Mondays, 11:10 Central on USA.
NASCAR on USA is brought to you by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious. And by T-Mobile, the leader in 5G, America's largest, fastest,
They're still
and
fixing
now
it.
most reliable 5G network. So much work now being done to the 9 of Chase Elliott, Steve.
Imagine if the regular season champion going out in the first round. That would be horrendous.
And defending champion as well.
No, he's not. Oh, well, Larson,
No,
yeah.
no, I'm saying defending champion and regular season champion going out in round 1 would be kind of funny and disappointing.
No, it just sucked. He's now 4 laps down. A 9.4 for Kyle Busch. A 10.2. Oh man, he just lost 2 spots of pit road. Busch and Hamlin to take the top 2 spots.
Once again, they gained 2 spots. Meanwhile, you see there, Chase Elliott still sitting on pit road trying to get those repairs made.
You're absolutely right, Marty. Rick, you questioned it. Well, I think they're doing okay with the tolling. I just think they have other issues. You see mechanics underneath. I circled it once before. I think the lower control arm is bent. Likely it's 10 minutes, because if it was 6, this team would already be looking at elimination. We're going to have to see if the 9 can have repairs. 10 minutes, Rick. Long DVP. Let's make a commercial. Oh, there we go. There's the lower control arm with a toe link on it. So, okay, right here, real quick. If we freeze it, oh, there it is. There's the other half. There's everything you need to see.
It broke. Snapped. Alright, so.
Inside of 10 minutes. Well, stage 1 is complete. That means stage 2.
Unfortunately, the problem is he's not going to be able to recover all of that.
An Earnhardt, a Jarrett. They are all going to take stage 2 here at Darlington Raceway and the Southern 500.
I wouldn't know because no one did.
Great. I didn't need your boy Denny cheering at my misery. Let me check stream. No. Up to 363. Hope y'all are having a good one. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. We're 220 away from monetization. I eventually have to get my footage for every IndyCar win in 1989 and every NASCAR win in 1990.
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network. Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do
juicy, tender rookie. You know the crumbs at the bottom of the bag are the finale to your McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich.
My skin, but better. Everyone wants it. This does it. True Match Nude Tinted Serum. 1% hyaluronic acid in a foundation. Feels like second skin. Naturally radiant. True Match Tinted Serum from L'Oreal Paris. We're worth it.
Welcome back to Darlington as we get ready to start.
It's nighttime.
Bringing you stage 2 in the booth here. It's going to be a Petty and Jared and Earnhardt, guys. We've done this before. We've had a lot of fun. We're going to do it again. Talk about what you've seen so far.
Incredible, but just what we expect from the playoffs. Things that we thought.
How many times do you think Tom Petty says, incredible?
Racing and some cars up front that maybe we weren't thinking about, but the problems, mistakes, things happening.
Mistakes. That's the things. Mistakes that are happening on pit road. Mistakes, slow pit stops that are getting guys out of the site. And then we end that.
Can you still hear me?
With a couple of contenders.
You're
the
muted.
14 of Chase Briscoe and the 9 of Chase Elliott. And that little bit of an incident there. So
Unmute
that's going to be interesting
Grayson.
to see how that plays out.
Yeah, the 9-car Chase Elliott's been on pit road trying to repair lots of right rear suspension.
1 minute to go.
What's the update on the 9? Continue repairs on the 9. The jack is underneath it. So let's take a look. We saw what happened to
They got a minute.
the wall. Let's go and take a look at our Toyota virtual car and exactly what this repair is all about. It's a rear suspension issue. It's on the right rear. Let's get rid of the bodywork. Let's get the fuel cell out of the way. Let's circle and highlight the damaged parts on this car right here. So, as we come around to the right, you're going to see there's an upper and a lower control arm. They look like an A. They hold the car in the right location, right? So, the lower one is there. The upper one is up here. This is the toe link right there. So, if we go back to some replays of this 9-car, you're going to see these damaged parts. Basically, they're crippled. They're destroyed. Here's the lower control arm. That's supposed to be straight. It is bent in a U. And then the upper control arm, we thought it was just a toe link. They throw it on the ground. There's the whole aluminum upper control arm and a toe link. This is major issues. And look at the clock. 0 chance this 9-car is getting back on the racetrack. It will be day over for Chase Elliott. The leader of the points coming in has made a major trip up at Darlington. This is incredible.
Great. Elliott out of the race. Fuck.
Don't tell me Elliott's gonna choke like Harvick in 2020.
Fuck, shut up. Shut up. Don't say that. That's the one. Great. Elliott's going to finish in last place. He had a 35-point buffer over he had a 32-point buffer over 13th place.
The 5-car, Kyle Larson came down pit road with an engine issue. It's still a mystery on this 5-car exactly what's
You'll
going
stay
on
above
with him
Larson.
and what he can recover
I
on
mean,
the night.
so right now, Elliott is 19 points as he's running right now. Harvick and Suarez might pass him. But anyway, his day's done. But here we go. We're back in green for stage 2. Chastain is also restarted in 4th.
Clock expired on the 9-car, so that's the end of the day for the Napper Chevrolet and Chase Elliott.
So I received the Elliott news.
Yeah. So much fun.
Kyle Busch taking the lead as his teammate Denny Hamlin right on his back bumper. William Byron back to 3rd position. Williams pretty much dominated this race up to this point, but had some.
At least you still got your Hendrick teammates.
Don't say that, man. I think
William Byron has shown that his car it not only has speed at the beginning, but really the long run speed is really impressive for them. And that allows them and kind of opens the door for them to look at different strategies and not have to be so worried about being right on that lap exactly when they pit and when they don't.
Right back there in 5th place, Eric Jones, that 43 car. So good here at Darlington.
I mean, you say I have a chance with the Hendrick guys. Larson's out. Larson is several laps down. He's in 34th. Only 20 cars on the lead lap right now.
It's probably been since Lee Petty since we've seen a 43-car Petty car in the top 5 here at Darlington. Seriously, my dad never ran that well here. He won a Southern 500, won a couple of races, but this was not one of those places. So Eric and that group have put together.
Yeah, I haven't noticed Jones is in 5th. My God.
If we go back to stage 1s and stage 2s of a lot of
Harvick and Suarez are now in the top 15.
This team has made a huge leap forward this year with Mike Beam and all those guys.
Mike Beam? like the crew chief for Craven at PPI.
Winning championships. He's real talent for Eric Jones right now as we watch this battle here. The 99 car.
No, I thought Dave Ellens was the crew chief for it.
Good comeback. Suarez up to 15th place.
Yeah, it is a great comeback. I mean, by that team and that driver to understand their situation. I mean, they got a break early on, which they knew they needed to do that. But still, navigating your way through traffic here is not an easy thing. Daniel being patient and taking what it'll give him.
And then right behind Daniel Suarez, I want to make a point to talk about a young man, Corey LaJoy, in that 7 car.
16th. Let's have a great engine for him again, just like last year. They had a Hendrick engine for Daytona and Darlington last year, and they must have done the same thing this year.
What you got on the 7? Right, Dylan, but this run by them is all the more remarkable considering that their first stop of the day, they put 4 tires on, and as Corey pulled away, he got about 2 boxes away from their pit box. That Ryan Sparks' crew chief told him, stop, stop, stop. Go back. He had a left rear loose. I actually saw it. It was physically loose. The team caught it, tightened that up, and kept him obviously on the lead lap and now having this awesome day, but an amazing call by Ryan Sparks and his Fire Motorsport team.
I want to say something about Corey. You said something in pre-race where this was a place, Darlington was a place where a driver could make a difference. Corey LaJoy, the racetracks that a driver makes a difference, he takes this 7 car and puts it in the top 10, puts it in the top 15. He has done an incredible job. We go back to Atlanta, so many races where they've been in contention.
How the hell did Cole Custer get in the top 10?
I have no idea. He's a waste of a perfectly good seat.
Well, right now, that waste of a seat is the best running Oz car. So.
Oz car, yeah. It's like the 1 in 100 chance, like when Mazepin would be leading.
It is a long race. That's what it feels like. Yeah, it does feel like that. You could be a little bit more patient when you know that this thing's
I pull no fucking punches.
3 hours. Look how close he runs the wall. Great camera work right there. Now, Tyler Reddick runs the fence better than anybody. Since you? I thought I ran the fence. Then Kyle Larson came along and he showed me some things that I wasn't even doing right. And now you got Tyler Reddick. I think the guys with a lot of dirt experience are very, very good at it.
Why do they have to put the camera right behind the spoiler? Like, I can't see shit like that. Oh, look at McDowell. He's gonna try. Oh man, I thought he was gonna just zoom by. Like
it's apparently supposed to be for the Darlington Straight reference, which is why it's back there.
I didn't. How that's supposed to? That makes no sense to me. Wouldn't it be on the side then? And then it crunches off and it dies.
The right move at the right time, knowing where your strengths are and his weaknesses are.
I don't know, like, you know, when it just smacks, like when it smacks the wall, it would just crunch and no more camera.
Yeah, so let me ask you guys this question. How frustrating is that for a guy like Suarez? You talk about his car being faster. You catch the guy, you can't get around him. You look in the rearview mirror, and the 3 guys that you passed 15 laps ago are back hammering on your bumper. And that takes away a lot of tools that you have to be able to try to make that pass. Because you almost have to, you can't do everything you want to do because you might lose those spots. So you have to play defense and offense at the same time. Really tough. Michael McDowell getting around that 7 car with joy.
Starting to make his way back forward. We saw him have like Michael McDowell, speaking of, had a great
Didn't might up the horsepower eventually for these cars?
The horsepower?
Yeah.
Don't they already?
I mean, they could go up to 800, 900.
Nose to tail here, Ryan Blaney, the Ford Performance Cam.
I'm just thinking about 2014, you know.
Bubba Wallace, 45.
The second best season in the 2010s.
Behind, besides what?
2011.
I don't like when Carl Edwards gets screwed.
I've been impressed by him tonight, and I'll say why. He's racing for a team championship.
I just like the way the cars sounded.
And regardless of what people say, I actually like the 2015 season.
I mean, I'll like it just because Logano finally got a taste of his own medicine.
I like it. Cowboys won the championships. I like it because Menard made me the chase that year on points.
Who? Menard?
Yeah.
You know, okay, I don't care. 2015 is the most bullshit championship in NASCAR history. I'm sorry. You can't miss 1/3 of the season and then be gifted the championship on a silver platter. I give no fucks about that.
As long as I'm celebrating, it's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't win the lawsuit,
Fine.
but everybody knows I wrote that song.
It's alright though, because Kyle deserved 2019.
He did.
Yeah, and so that was pretty
I
cool.
think he also deserved 2018, but he didn't. No, wait.
From the blind date we went on?
I don't even remember.
I mean, it was the Winston then, yeah. But
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
When you have auto blast damage, let Safelite come to you. My customer enjoys time with her family. So when her windshield got a crack, she scheduled with Safelite in just a few clicks. We came to her house, replaced the windshield, and installed new wipers. That's service on her time. Wow, thank you. Bye. Don't wait, schedule now.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
I like to be like you free. Remember, I played NASCAR Thunder 03 recently, so this song is, I love this song.
yeah, I know this one as well. NASCAR 3 is my second favorite NASCAR game, but my
What,
main
behind
favorite
what?
Thunder game.
Behind what? 04?
No, my favorite is 06 because it's the first ever one I played ever.
Interesting. Okay. I've only played Heat 5 on the Switch.
As the UPS truck.
You won
Yeah.
races. I forgot about that.
That one.
Just so my car
NASCAR 06. If you have enough skill points, you can unlock the UPS truck and you can race it in a UPS mail truck.
Right. I mean, I've only owned what 03 and NASCAR Heat Ultimate on Switch. Thing I noticed when Dave Burns gets excited during commentary, he starts to sound like what is it? Remy the Rat.
Official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store and download for free. Our aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Geico's. Give you those awesome shots. We look down at Darlington Motor Speedway, historic racetrack with a great race. Let's listen to the 24 radio, William Byron.
I might be having an engine issue, not totally sure yet.
No!
And we've heard about
Oh, come on!
about the same thing.
Why? It's gonna be like the worst Hendrick. This is gonna be another worst Hendrick performance.
Unsure about what's going on under the hood.
2002 full Talladega.
Don't remind me! 2012 Hendrick. Shut up.
And the speed doesn't look too far off. He wasn't third when he said that. He has fallen back a little bit. Ross Chastain got by him, but we're going to certainly monitor what's
At least he got 10 points for winning the stage, but goddamn. He already got Elliott out of the race. Larson's already 4 laps down.
Roman's nowhere to be found. Feel my pain. Well, he said he might have an engine issue. He didn't say he did.
I don't.
When I watch the car on the racetrack, I still see the car drive down the straightaway at the same speed.
This is a place where if you're down a little bit, use a little more throttle in the corner if you can.
He's telling his driver, hey, we might have an issue. The suit's lost a little power, but hey, that'll help us through the middle of the corner, Marty.
He said it, Junior feels flat and, quote, dead. That's what he called it. And I think he's talking about when he gets back to the gas. Rudy Fugle trying to coach his driver. He said, hey, the lap times are good. There you go. And he said, listen, we've got to play where we are right now. So
Oh, he blows the tire. He gets Jones. Oh, Truex involved.
What? I'm not seeing. Wait. Byron blew a tire again? Just like last year?
Exhaust somewhere and just change the pitch for the driver, you guys. I'm sure y'all dealt with that in your, and listen, that's a a great point. You know how when you're beside someone,
Of course
I
you
used to
did.
be beside
Wonderful.
someone, the pitch inside
Now,
the car,
why do I
you
ever
think
have
something,
want
the
anything
air
good to
inside the car
happen?
changes, the pressure changes, so many things change. So that makes you feel something a little bit different. I am going to say something about being a little bit down on power here. Many years ago in the last century, when we raced here a lot of times, you have 2 ignition boxes.
How far behind am I?
The second ignition box to save the tires. You'd run as hard as you could for the first 10 or 15 laps, flip to the next box and go for 36 degrees of time into 34 degrees, and it keep the car from spinning. Also did that at Wilkesboro where you just came from 3rd place because it keep you from buzzing the tires up off the corner. But you could still make time on these old tires because the drop off is so great. It's hard for people to understand. Just because you have 10,000 horsepower, you don't need 10,000 horsepower to run around a racetrack this
Wait, where does that come from?
I realize they've run these cars 26 or a little more than that counting the other races.
I'm so
but
confused.
They're still learning things that are new to them, and part of that is the sound.
How far behind am I?
As a driver, even more than your feel. I'm watching him, his lap times are every bit as good.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I was just messing.
Why did you yell that?
I was just trying to get you going.
It's not funny, man.
It is when it happens to someone else.
That's it. I'm never letting you on my streams again. I swear to God, you're gonna give me an aneurysm. Oh, I didn't notice my microphone is on its lowest setting. How well can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine.
There we go. Okay.
Take a listen to what Kyle Busch had to say about his car under the last caution.
My second and third gear indicator on the dash is confused. Like it'll say second and third, or it'll say third and second. It's not backwards, but it just keeps flashing.
And that's not a big issue because you really want to use those gears on restarts, but you know, those are the sorts of things
I'm so tense.
in a long race like this that maybe could creep up and become worse, especially when you're dealing with like
I'm sweating like a fucking horse.
Issue that going on with 18 right now. The audience has seen Denny Hamlin with a little more pace than the lead car, Kyle Busch. How does he set this pass up?
I think Denny has probably saved his tires. He's really good at that, and we talk about how good he is on longer runs here. It's because the way that he goes about driving the car. Kyle Busch went out there, set a really fast pace to start with. You can just see Denny kind of riding there.
And Bowman's just riding in the middle of the field because that's all he seems to do. No offense to Johnny.
Busch is really good through 1 and 2, and on the exit of 2, Denny's a lot better through 3 and 4, and I think that's where
I guess he still thinks he's still in BK racing.
Oh, shut up. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a low blow.
He all sets just a little bit now into turn 3 and 4.
Or Tommy Baldwin.
Watch him turn down for the corner exit.
Yep. That one too.
He was running a little bit lower, driving off the bottom of turn 4. That time he followed Kyle Busch, lost a little bit of time. You see that 18 car getting smaller.
Yeah, and that 18 car had not been right up against the wall. I'd seen Denny a couple of times be right against there on his entry, but he saw Kyle Busch go in higher, so he had to adjust his line a little bit there. Kyle Busch, smart driver too, understanding how he can make things a little harder, even though it is his teammate that he's racing.
Coming up on pit stops too.
Suarez pitting.
Pit road, Parker. Pitting out of 18th place position. This team's having incredible recovery from that penalty that they started the race with.
What's the pit window for Darlington?
No idea. I don't remember.
Daniel just recently is being too nice to some of his competitors out there, giving too much room. There'll be 4 tires and Snowco fuel as these green flag stops start to unfold for the leaders. This will give him a big advantage with those tires, hoping for no yellows to come out and catch him on pit road. He's going to make up a lot of time on these guys that are staying out on the racetrack for a lap or 2. As we watch Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin here.
What was that?
Denny's run and caught him and then kind of followed.
Sound like a moan.
Denny may be thinking.
I hope no one's having sex on the microphone.
You know what I mean? I want to make that move on pit road.
I didn't hear anything.
Make sure I stay under my limit because we know Denny's had a million pit road penalties this year, and it's always kind of edgy when he comes to pit road. But he's got an incredible pit crew. Calling for a pit stop right here.
Pit stop. Pit stop.
Know that he doesn't need to show his full hand right now.
18 car back.
Now Byron having trouble. He was the second fastest car in the lead on the top 10 this last lap. But the fastest car right now is Truex.
Do not fuck up your stop, please.
Please fuck up the stop. Byron pitting. Blade hitting.
they may start to be forced by what the 99 is for as coming down the pit road there so early. The 18 was saying
Castle pitting. Harvick, Gusker, LaJoy, Reddick. Blaney with a 10.3. Burton with a 10.2. Harvick with a 10.1. Dillon with a 9.7. Kyle Busch with a 10.1. Castle 10.5. 10.0 for Byron. Oh, great. Of course it doesn't sound wonderful. Just keep going as far as you can. I can't handle it. It's gonna be like 2019 when like when like round 2 you had the 300 cars that all almost and only one of them survived to round 3.
How was Hamilton a 9.4?
What a that's gotta be like the fastest pit stop of the race of the year.
Damn.
Kyle Busch still came out ahead.
Kyle coming to pit road sooner. Gets out on the racetrack with those new tires, pops off a lap. That's how much further it puts him ahead of that 11 car. It's impressive, man. And that is, and Denny had a little bit faster pit stop than what Kyle had when we saw it. I think Kyle had a 10.4 and Denny had like a 9.8 or something right in that range. So you see, just as you guys said, coming to pit road earlier, as we saw Suarez, as we saw Joey Logano, those guys, it gives you that extra lap and a half to really close that gap or to stretch that lap. Great move by Kyle there. Check that, outside, inside. Bubba Wallace, that 45 car on the lead, he's coming to pit road as well. I should hand the lead over to Brad Keselowski, unless he too comes to pit road, that 6 car. One of the toughest pit roads to get onto. Making green flag pit stops. We see some of the best in the business miss that entrance. Dave.
So Bubba was getting a little coaching on turning down a little earlier on the exit off of 2, and that helped. He was told the faster cars are doing that. That made his lap times better as well. So 4 tires of fuel here for Bubba Wallace.
Now he waited longer than anyone to come to pit road. That's going to cost him a lot of time, giving up that, that lap time on the racetrack. Now the 6 of Keselowski still out on the racetrack. And you see on the left side of the screen, 31.99. Kyle Busch with newer tires, 30.13. You're giving him a ton of time on the racetrack. Sticking around out there. Brad Keselowski still on the track, yet to come to pit road. What's the strategy on this 6 car?
Come on. He's yours now.
We got your car, sweetie.
A dealership? I thought this was an online thing.
It looks like you done picked the wrong website, Chief.
It's time to sign, baby.
So you didn't go to a dealership?
No. With Vroom, you don't have to.
Never go to a dealership again. Go to vroom.com, buy a car, and we'll deliver it straight to you.
We're no etiquette experts, but biting into your McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich and ending up with a whole pickle slice dangling from your mouth isn't impolite. It's human.
15 cars in the lead lap because Keselowski is not pitted.
The biggest movie of the year is now on digital.
Damn right.
It's an absolute blast from start to finish, and one of the greatest movies ever made.
Having any fun yet?
See it in theaters and try it on digital today. PG-13.
At Metro by T-Mobile, you can save more when you choose from the largest selection of free 5G phones, like the Samsung Galaxy 5G. And with savings like that, you can share more family moments. Save more, only at Metro.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Today we're going to see who can put on their shoes the easiest. Bill with regular shoes, or Claire with Skechers New Easy Slip-In. Go! Skechers hand-free slip-in, go on easy and stay on. Let's check on Bill. Try new Skechers Slip-In.
Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Don't move.
One of the biggest movies of the year is
race even bigger on Peacock.
Bigger. Why do they always have to go bigger?
The jaw-dropping extended version with never-before-seen footage, more action, more adventure, more dinosaurs. Jurassic World Dominion, the extended version.
You coming or what?
Streaming now, only on Peacock.
NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. Telecast presented by T-Mobile. We saw Ross Chastain come to pit road from 5th place. Kim, what's going on?
Well, they're not certain. Ross is describing a squishy circumstance, so they brought him down thinking he had a loose wheel. Changed the tires. He went back out. Right now he got back on the radio and said something is broken. It is still doing it.
Chastain now. Okay, so now Chastain is, I think, it says he's 2 laps down.
4 laps down as they run, pretty much 3 laps down to everyone except Brad Keselowski, who leads this race. Let's listen to some radio from Kyle to his crew during the stage break.
It was just getting worse and worse and worse, and then it was like I didn't have a cylinder before I pitted.
Is there any chance that it came out of gear from the high gear and went to a lower gear? It just had a more RPM?
No, it was like a less RPM feeling, like just sour.
You always love a good sound effect to help diagnose things, but the curious thing here, guys, is that it's very much like what happened to them at Daytona. That was the thing that concerned Kyle the most, but he's back up to speed, now running laps within a tenth of the leader. The problem is he's laps off the pace and in nowhere close to the position to get the free pass. Marty?
Boy, Hendrick Motorsports guys, Chase Elliott is out. Kyle Larson down 4 laps, and meanwhile for the 24 William Byron,
You know, Chastain having a bad day would also help. So, looking at the grid, 6 of the playoff drivers are either out of the race or at least 2 laps down, or a lap down.
Brandon Lyons trying to encourage his driver. I just talked to Rudy Fugle, DJ, and I said, what's going on with the engine? He said, all I know is there's a pitch and a sound change. It did sound weird when it left pit road. He agreed with that. But lap time-wise, they're fine right now. He's sitting in 4th, so would you be concerned if you were behind the wheel?
You know, I know that as a driver, what you
Okay, Chastain's now in 21st place. I think he's going to... No, he didn't get past finally.
Look at Suarez, though.
Suarez is in 10th. Wow, good run for a good recovery for him.
We can't do anything about if there is a problem that may surface later on. You just have to keep driving it, and if it's going to blow up, it's just going to blow up.
Watching this one car down the straightaway, this thing looks like it's tracking the wrong way.
Yes.
The left rear is 2. Look at the left rear. It's 2 the left down the straightaway. He's got some sort of a suspension issue.
If enough drivers have a problem, Elliott could be fine.
New leader, Kyle Busch.
Yeah, because Keselowski has not pitted.
He was having
Right.
to baby it so much getting in there.
Left rear tire's a little low in air, but I think he's got a real suspension issue. Something's come loose. Look at that left rear tire kind of twigging around, Kim.
Yeah, and Ross came on the
Ross coming down to pit road.
They asked him, give us some more specificity on what it's doing. He said,
This is definitely last year's race all over again.
Yeah, but you know what? It's the reason they call it the Lady in Black for a reason. That's still a good race, though. Don't you think? No one's blown any tires yet. Let me say yet. Thank you for giving me a heart. You gave me a heart attack.
And no one has rage quitted the race and drove through the cones yet.
Well, Kyle Busch hasn't crashed yet.
First went out on new tires, and the new tires had the most grip, and it was twitchy.
He better not.
And that's what he was saying. I can't get
I live for it.
Right. And here comes Keselowski to the pits finally.
Finally, yeah. Byron just got passed by Truex. I think Truex might be the car to beat later on because he's been sneaking his way to the front. But you know, Joe Gibbs Racing could be looking at their first 1, 2, 3, 4.
Junior was going to run well here tonight. You hadn't been paying attention to him over the years at this racetrack. I know he didn't.
My mother's listening to it on the radio. Excuse me. Chastain's now dropped to 32nd. Maybe they'll all take each other out.
What'll be interesting to see on the 24 car and on the 5 car, on the William Byron car and on the Kyle Larson car is when you break a header a lot of times.
Alright, Brad K is probably going to go a lap down now.
To get going on a restart. It's just a little bit. It's just sluggish.
yes, it's a different pitch, but when the racetrack is this slick and you can run this fast on new tires and you can run, you don't notice it as bad. It's just that grunt that gets you up out of the corner. So it's going to be interesting to see as we have a caution or as we go to the end of the stage how they restart to see if it is something in the head or the tailpipes.
Watching its 19 car run a 31 flat, 2/10 quicker than the leader. Let's look at the 47
Oh,
here.
Stenhouse.
Stenhouse letting the 45 go.
Ooh, man, he smacked that thing.
The 45 car go by.
Oh my God! Almost the whatever car, that gray car almost hit him as well. He smashed that thing.
Oh, Blaney.
Blaney passing Jones for 6, or trying to. Ooh. Jones falls back to 7th. Busher's pitting. He must have a problem. He's got a problem. So he's lost 6 spots in just the last lap. So how is my Vince Welch impersonation?
Do a Rick Allen.
I can't do that well. Aggressive goes around. I can. Who's laughing? I can hear a laugh.
That's me. Sorry.
It's all right. Okay. Stenhouse is out of the race after that smack. No shit. Chastain's he's now fallen so far behind. He's behind Kyle Larson. In terms of where they're running, Elliott is now only 15 above the 15 above the cut line. But look at this battle for the final, around the cut lines. 3, 1, 1, 3, 5, and 11 for Chastain, Cindric, Bowman, Larson, Dillon, and Briscoe. So yeah, Larson engine problem on lap 78. Briscoe accident in lap 113. Elliott the seam accident. He's now out. Chastain has a suspension problem on lap 160. Well, Austin Dillon is 2 laps down or a lap down. Briscoe. Oh, let's see. Who else? That's it.
Well, you heard on the radio for Ross Chastain and drive pin. The specific issue, they found debris between the wheel and the drive pin, so probably damaged those drive pins. Likely won't feel exactly right for the rest of the race, but Ross said it has kind of stabilized at this point.
I would imagine that since they couldn't, with that issue, they couldn't get the wheel tight, and that's why the car was walking around. Basically, the wheels got loose on the race car. Now they're able to get that wheel at least firmly seated up against the hub, so that now it's tight and can track straight for him.
But you know this too as a driver. Once the team tells you we know what the problem is, then you can take all doubt out of your mind. You know what it is. You know that they fixed it the best they could. It may not drive the same way, but you have the confidence in the equipment to go on down in the corner and go ahead and drive it and not worry about anything breaking. So I think that's better for Ross too as we move forward.
Kyle Busch continues to lead a second half over his teammate Denny Hamlin here in Darlington.
I can't believe how long it's been. Well, my wife got the kids. Daddy needs some meat time. Want to do a little skinny dip? No. Come on, we'll go tandem. No. In the desert, get a little crazy. Everybody's trying to eat me. Oh my God. Oh. I'm like, Butch and Sunday just got back together. You ready to take it to another level? Absolutely not.
Time. Rated R.
That movie looks hilarious.
Finished? Of course not. You know crispy, juicy, tender rookie. You know the crumbs at the bottom of the bag are the finale to your McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Can a cream really reduce wrinkles? More than 100 women tried L'Oreal Triple Power. My smile lines and wrinkles are diminished. Triple Power visibly reduces
The
wrinkles.
stress will not go away.
Saw results in 1 week. It
Oh
absolutely
God, is anyone else gonna get lapped
L'Oreal Paris. It does what it says.
soon? Owner caution?
No, it's just
Timer going wacky.
Oh.
What?
Still reading the thing that I'm reading. So.
Roger, roger. Ooh, caution! Gilliland!
The caution is out. Todd Gilliland has had some issues. A spin over in turn 2. Let's take a look. Looks like he gets against the wall. Very similar to Chase Elliott earlier in the night. Just gets loose. Back up the racetrack.
Ooh!
Great job.
Man, how did no one hit him?
Really worse, yeah. So there's some contact to the right rear quarter panel. They're on pit road right now fixing a toe link. So maybe he got into the wall a little earlier around the corner, actually damaging the toe link, making the car undrivable.
Look at that miss.
But here, Eric
Actually,
Jones,
wasn't that bad. Or big. What am I
Troy,
saying?
as everybody gets around. This is the 12 car of Ryan Blaney making his way through. Right on board Joey's car here.
Make sure you don't come back up. Watch him coming back up.
Does a good job not running the back of that 43 car. Now Eric's going to bring everybody to pit road for pit stops. Ty Gibbs is going to get the free pass. Let's go, Dave.
Denny Hamlin told his crew he liked the balance that run, stayed in second place. Needs to fire off just a little bit better and was told this run will be the longest of the last 3 if it goes to the end of the stage, Kim.
Martin Truex Jr. pits from the 3rd position. He told his team the rear just lost it really quick that run. It's going to be 4 tires. Sunoco feel like they take a tear off. You see there, Parker.
Kim, Kyle Busch may be the leader, but he said we have to work on it. I fire off 5, but then I continue to just build 2 loses. 4 tires for him, Marty.
Parker point, Dave, 49 to go here in stage 2. This is going to be a
A
long
9.2 for Kyle Busch. A 9.9 for Byron. Byron gets him, beats Truex off pit road.
Byron gains 1 spot. Kyle Busch holds serve here on pit road.
Kyle Busch keeps the lead off of pit road. Green flag coming back to Darlington.
Oh, Bowman got lapped. He gets the free. No, tight.
Sorry, Mom. It's amazing what you can build on AWS. Imagine creating cool stuff that can make ordering tacos a breeze and let you watch every shot from every player anywhere you want. Learn about investing in the coolest companies and watch your favorite team from the other side of the world. Just imagine what they can do when I'm in charge.
Even if my drivers are doing terribly, I can acknowledge the racing is pretty good. It's supposed to be a hard-ass race, and that's exactly how it's going.
How long we wanted to do that?
Next round on me.
WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella takes a spin with the NASCAR legend himself, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
All right, Nick, are you ready?
I've been through tables, won WWE championships. I'm ready.
Yes. We got the whole place to ourselves.
Oh my gosh, this is so amazing.
I enjoyed that.
That felt unreal.
Catch all the action of NASCAR on USA.
And now it's time for your favorite characters to give you some
Awesome!
summertime tips.
Get plenty of exercise.
Attention all units.
We got a runner.
Take a relaxing drive. He's got some skills.
Talk about your feelings. Welcome back up. You feel
Just sit down with your family and enjoy yourself.
You're so cheesy.
Thank you, dear.
Welcome back to Darlington. Let's take a look at the Northern Tool and Equipment race recap. We got under green. And Daniel Suarez had to come to pit road because of some issues and was saved by the rain early in the race. He got the free pass, getting himself back on the lead lap. Larson comes to pit road with some engine issues. Lost several laps doing that as well. Teammate Chase Elliott has some problems getting into turn 1. Spins the car out, collects Chase Briscoe. work to do to fix that right rear, and they were not able to do it. Ran out of time. Taking his car back to the garage. Ross Chastain had some issues as well. Drive pins on the left rear. Got a little used up. He fixed his stuff. He's on the racetrack a few laps down. Great crowd tonight here at Darlington. Sell out here. Great crowd.
Yep.
Big crowd. Been like that all year long. Just more people coming out to the races. Seeing better and better crowds each week. A lot of enthusiasm around this season with the new next-gen car, and we've just seen a lot of great action on the racetrack, too.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great action, and we've also seen a lot of playoff drivers having issues already here in the first race of the playoffs.
One of the things that we get to do, working together with Sirius and NBC, is we call in.
Oh, I'm the guest this week?
You are? Oh, thank you.
Morgan will where we're at.
Yeah, somebody over.
What are we going to talk about this week?
We're going to talk about how great this race is. That's what we're going to talk. Right now, if we were on right now, we'd be talking about Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe, and we'd be talking about Kyle Larson and how are they going to dig themselves out of this hole. That's going to be a big conversation.
And now that we've got the crowds back at the racetrack, so we're having such a great time. We did a little trackside live this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we did.
I haven't done this in a long time, man. We used to do this every
Trackside live. Oh my God. That's like Speed Channel era, right?
Because it rained earlier today here, and
Yeah.
we're standing in the rain listening to the crazy things we had to say. Can't be your T-shirt.
That's my T-shirt. That's got Dale Earnhardt Jr. signed on it right there on the corner. Right there on the corner, baby.
I keep hoping the NASCAR resurgence. Please be upon us.
Bring that back every single week.
That was a lot of fun, man. The fans loved it. It started raining on us. So after you two guys, Jeff Burton and I were out there, and it started raining, fans never left. They just stood there, man. So we threw out some NBC hats. They wanted to know who rode on them. I told them it was Jeff Burton. He wrote his name on them. I don't know what he was doing. But it was cool. It was cool to see the fans that excited.
We still have 46. It'll be 45 to go when we come back to the line.
His teammate Denny Hamlin there. Look at that run down. Got some people that expect to be up there, but Kevin Harvick's made a bit of a resurgence. Wasn't really running well in not even the top 25 earlier. Tyler Reddick's still hanging around. Logano isn't went anywhere. Cole Custer's got a great run going. Dow.
Doesn't surprise me with Harvick. I think they knew that when this race was going to be won and lost, and that was you could lose it early by having problems and get yourself in trouble, but you're going to win this as the track changes.
Fields approaching the Geico restart zone.
Here we go. Green, green, green.
Down the front straightaway, teammates side by side. Then he can't really give this spot up. He's got another teammate behind him, expecting to race Kyle down into turn one. They're side by side around the middle of 1 and 2.
Ooh, good for Byron. Keep it on the third. Christopher Bell on the inside of Truex, trying to go for fourth. Oh, they're going to split turn 3 and 4, 3 wide. They're still 3 wide. No, Bell comes in behind Byron. Oh, man. He goes right off. He cruises into third. And behind the duo of Truex and Bell is a Penske posse of Blaney and Logano.
Obviously, whatever the issue is, he may sound different, he may hear it different, but the car...
Bowman is now under the cut line as they run.
Down on the ground, and it's making it happen.
This is just pathetic. I just need like someone else to wreck each other that isn't the driver I like. That would be wonderful. Then I can enjoy the race. So yeah, playoffs, I realize, I mean, they give me reason to watch the last 10 races for some reason, but they also turn my stress level on like nothing else. Do you agree?
Yeah, especially as an Almirola fan. I'm just used to constant pain. Thanks, Austin.
I mean, I'm just like, I just find it, I just find it stressful not knowing if unless they win a race, not knowing if my driver's going to be safe or not.
As a Menard fan favorite and Almirola fan, I could say I've only experienced victory 7 times in my life.
Oh, you mean Paul Menard? Not Menards as a sponsor.
Just Paul Menard because my all-time favorite driver only has 1 win.
No shit, he's your distant cousin.
And then 3 in Xfinity. Then Almirola, he has 3 in Cup.
Don't forget about his Xfinity wins, like the Daytona race in 2016. I think the Talladega race in 2017.
I'm not sure how much he has. Like 6, I think.
Who? Almirola?
Yeah.
He's got 2 wins in trucks, 3 wins in the Xfinity, and 3 in Cup. 2010 in truck series. In the truck series, he won at Dover, Michigan. In Xfinity, yeah. The 07 Milwaukee race, which go down in infamy. 2016 summer race at Daytona. 2017 race at
Oh, we got a caution.
Yep. Caution's out. Larson. Austin Dillon will get the free pass.
It's another playoff driver saved.
Yep.
Bowman just needs to get ahead of Custer to be tied with Cindric on the cut line.
Larson's already below it.
Hear the radio communication. He feels like he hit pretty good with that left rear. Visually, looks pretty good.
The left rear sounds like it's flat, so I'm going slow.
Looks fine to me.
Brad Keselowski took a chance there after that last caution, took the wave around, and now this caution, he's able to still be on the lead lap.
And he can pit with basically no penalty.
See what happened. Larson right here.
So what happened? Did he just run a tire?
He spun.
Yeah, you don't see that from Kyle Larson.
And man,
He needs to try those video game moves more.
In front of BJ McLeod.
bam.
Light contact with the left rear.
I'm sweating like a rat, like a cat in a rocking chair.
Pit road 4 new tires. Austin Dillon with the free pass. Everybody on the pit road, Dave.
Will include second place Denny Hamlin. Yeah, only 7 laps in this green flag run, but here at Darlington, the tires degrade so quickly you don't want to get behind, and they have them to use at this point. So they'll take 4 here, Kim.
See Martin Truex Jr. at the top of your screen in that 19. James Small asked, do you have the car you need? He said, I'm not sure, it's not bad right now. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, put Sunoco fuel in the car for him, Parker.
Kyle Busch came on the radio right as that caution came out and said, pretty good here, I like what we have.
A 9.0 for Kyle Busch. A 9.5 for Byron and a 10 for Truex. Byron wins the race off pit road. He beats Truex off pit road. Wait, where's Hamlin? Or did Hamlin not pit? Oh no, I didn't notice he lost 4 spots. Man, I'm sweating so hard.
Like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard. But we've got 182,000 people.
Hendrick Motorsports looking for a career win number 290 today.
That will change the way we do things. And you might not know their names, but these people.
You might as well go ahead and start working on that.
Yeah, road to 300. Just like I'm working on top 1,000 closest finishes. Because I'm insane.
How long is that video going to be?
I would estimate 7.5 hours. Because sorry, what?
You really think someone's going to watch the whole thing for 7 hours?
No, but it's my passion project, okay?
I'm going to go with Josh.
Yes.
Let's go big or go bigger.
I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know.
Makes you wonder what the Hendrick one's going to be.
Really sweet kid, though.
Probably an hour and a half.
No, 300, 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Unless you want to include their Xfinity and truck wins.
Nah. Do I include the duel on All-Star wins like Ryan Holman did? Might as well.
Everything at stake, including your life, to try to win.
Because if If those counted, they would be at 300 already.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just go for the. Right. I gotta go. Shit. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So, take over the call.
Whatever happened to Chucky?
What, Labor Day tomorrow, so no classes.
To get what's coming to her. It's gonna come from Steve. It's just a doll. Wanna pray?
Anyone want to prank Junior again?
This Saturday, the Fighting Irish welcome the Thundering Herd in the South Bend, looking to rebound from their loss at Ohio State last night. The home opener, Marshall, at Notre Dame, Saturday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Back in Darlington.
A little more offense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 10 points they're not going to get.
Man, I'm going to tell you what, it's been an incredible race midway through stage 2. And we see it every time. We know that Darlington is tough on competitors, but I think we're surprised on who it's tough on tonight.
I'm surprised. Listen, the Hendrick organization is taking a beating right now when you look at it. You look at guys like Ross Chastain, guys that have been consistent, and I expected to come here and run good. When I look at the 4 bottom guys with Chase Briscoe also, the Chase contenders, those are guys I expected to see in the top 5, the top 6, the top 10, right along there. So, listen, they're not the last ones. This race is not over yet. There's going to be other guys in that same boat.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this back through all the years. We can think about the times that this place and this Darlington Southern 500 made a difference in the championship, and people battling for a championship through the years. It's just such a difficult race that it doesn't matter how good you might have been and what you were expecting here and how good your car may be. It just seems that things crop up and happen here that maybe you don't encounter at other places.
Yeah, listen, we all grew up in this sport, and we all know that when you talk to the old guys, the old timers, the Southern 500 was the race. Yeah, that was the race. And the big names won this race. That's what it was all about because they understood it, they understood how to race it, and they understood how to be champions here. It's a pretty spectacular place.
We see the
Okay, I'm back.
car behind the pace car, Coca-Cola can here. We follow the leaders around the racetrack, and that is our race leader, Corey LaJoy, stayed on the
Oh,
racetrack.
God, LaJoy stayed on the track. Oh, Jesus.
Everyone behind him with newer
He has a top 15 car, so he could.
Maybe, but I don't know.
So Junior, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, lost some spots on that stop. Said he might have slid through just a little bit. So pit stops have been something that have cost.
Larson's up to 27th now. He's only 2 laps down. Ain't that nuts now? It was 4 a while ago.
Crazy night for Hendrick Motorsports. By far their best car has been William Byron. The engine issue, no mention of that. They've got the handling better. Now he's up here in 3rd. Had a terrific restart on the last restart, Kim. Can he get a good one this time?
Well, Marty, we talk about 500 miles being so long. What can make it longer? Temperatures. The cool suit for Tyler Reddick went out and has stopped.
Oh, right, his cool suit's dead. That sucks.
Ice packs each of the stops. Also, nothing they do can make that car do what Tyler wants. He was
I bet Ricky Jill just undid it before the race started.
Wow, you think he's that petty? I mean, you know.
Before the race, hanging out with him, he just told me, I know I have a lot of speed inside this 18 car, but keep an eye on it on the long run.
When I was in the bathroom.
Around 27 laps on those tires. That's been the weak point for this 18. They've been working on it. He's just been getting too loose.
All right, here we go. Restarting once more. This is going to be restart number 6. A 7 car, actually, yeah, that 7 car had a good run.
Those newer tires going to be hard to hold off.
Yeah.
Racing though, almost contact down the back straightaway.
Ooh, look at Denny Hamlin. Go to the inside. The 7 is going to cede the position. Here come the 24 and the 19.
To barrel off in that first corner on those old tires and to make it all the way to turn 3, that's the move by him.
24 and the 19 kind of banging a little.
Truex surges ahead.
Here comes the 12, who has not won this season. He's won.
Should have at Phoenix, but that's a different story.
Who? What? Where?
Blaney lost Phoenix only because the only way to gain track position was in pit road.
Right here, Denny Hamlin trying to work some spots back that he lost on pit road. Right behind Suarez in the 99, continuing to move forward.
Very impressive by Daniel Suarez.
He's at the 7th.
For a guy who started with a pass through, he's up to 7th or 8th at this point in time. A great night for that team to recover and capitalize on everything.
He came walking by us on pit road, Suarez did. He said, I'm going to give you boys a show tonight. Yep. I've never seen a driver.
Suarez, he passed Hamlin. He's about to pass Blaney. He's charging. That car, last lap, well, it wasn't that fast. Ooh, LaJoie gets passed by Truex, and now Byron's next. Ooh. Well, you said he just tagged the fence. Well, that's gonna hurt. Here comes Jones and Logano. Just smacked it.
You spoke about it earlier.
Recce wrecked him. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Great shot from the back. How that car bounced to the right, bounced to the left.
A lot of volume problems lately. I don't know why. I need to have it facing forward. All right. How's that sound?
He's refocused and trying to bring the battle back to Denny Hamlin there. Driving away from Eric Jones. Right on the back of the Toyota Camry that Denny Hamlin's carrying tonight.
Sometimes when you're in a situation like Daniel was just in, it wakes you up again to say, I need to be a little cautious. I need to protect this car to get it to the end of the race. Because sometimes you just get on that. You just get on that momentum.
Larson's up to 23rd now.
Something like that happens.
Next lap, when we get around, probably, I don't know if anyone's gonna get lapped, but if no one does, Almirola will get the free pass, and then Larson would be 2 cautions away from getting back on the lead lap. If he can pass Justin Haley.
Settles back in behind that number 11 Toyota down the back straightaway into turn 3. Dives to the bottom of the racetrack. Great battle right here.
Joy's doing a great job of getting down into the corner and actually getting a little separation, which making it harder for Denny to make that run. He's got to run on him now off of turn 2.
Gonna give him that spot. Looks in the mirror and sees that 99.
You know, like, LaJoie falling back is like Newgarden at the end of the race today. He was on olds. He was on hards, and hards, and he got past. Everyone else was on slicks or alternates.
That was too close for comfort right there.
Maybe you'll do what Mercedes did and forget what good strategy is.
No, that's Ferrari. Yeah, I know Mercedes fucked up the Grand Prix today, but...
They said, don't take anything. It's all about us tonight. And that's the mentality this 7 team is bringing tonight. And I think this is one of the best runs we've seen out of this team all year at a track like this. And just continue to find themselves up front and using a bit of strategy up there, but obviously has some speed to keep it up there on those older tires. And he's got top 20 speed. Hopefully his track position can be maintained. We get the next round of cautions, get some new tires on that thing. We watched the battle down into turn 1. Cedric,
24 laps to go on the stage, 161 to go in the race.
Ready for the big run on the 2 down the inside, down the back straightaway on the inside here, into 3.
Syndic getting past. That was 16th.
Cedric on the outside, hanging right on his outside. They're right on his door.
So frustrating as a driver right there. You think you've made the move and think you're going to have just enough speed to get by there, and all of a sudden you've got yourself this battle, and now you're setting up for a turn that is so hard to go off of here 2 wide.
Almirola's in. Ooh, contact between the 2 and the 8. And here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Truex is catching up to Kyle Busch. He's right behind him. Here comes the 19 to the inside. New leader, Martin Truex Jr.
Can the playoffs start with a non-playoff driver winning? That would be interesting.
Yeah, and we'd have our 17th different winner. I always compare to 2001, and then that season, the 17th winner came in race number 33 when Joe Nemechek won at Rockingham.
There was, what, 19 winners that year?
Yes, that's the record. The last season that had this many winners, I think, was 2011, which had 18 different winners and 5 first-time winners, just like we've had this year. This was also as, what was I going to say? 2001 also had 5 first-time winners, and so did 2002. Okay, let's see. Bain, Gordon, Edwards, Kyle, Harvick, Kenseth, Johnson, Smith, Keselowski, Hamlin, that's 10, Reagan, Newman, Menard, Ambrose, Warner. Hold on a minute. Something's. I need to like write this down. Could have sworn there were 18 different winners in 2011. Bain, Gordon, Edwards, Kyle Busch, Harvick, Kenseth, Johnson, Smith.
They're small.
That's 8. Keselowski 9, Hamlin 10, Kurt Busch 11th, Reagan 12th, Newman 13th, Menard, Ambrose, Stewart, Boyer, Kane. So okay, so in 2011, our 17 different winner came in race 32 when Clint Boyer won at Talladega.
Yeah, that's
his photo finish with Jeff Burton, which is 11 1/1000s.
In the future, everything will be powered.
I was thinking of the one where it was Boyer, Johnson, and Gordon battling at the line at Talladega.
That's the other Talladega race. Anyway, why don't I throw up some quick stats? I'm going to load up an Excel sheet because I am the master of all the numbers and whatnot. As I have written down every single race with electronic timing and scoring.
And it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Just sold my car with CarGurus.
Yeah, you did.
And you instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealers.
So you're selling the car, but keeping the button. You sell the broom too?
CarGurus. Get the best offer for your car.
After the flash of a lifetime.
That or my computer can't handle it. It's just sad.
Who's next to the line? And who's come to make their mark on Monday nights?
It is going to be absolutely electric.
Raw, live, Monday at 8, only on USA.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs here on USA. Telecast presented by T-Mobile. Getting late here. There's a few laps left in stage 2. 216 of 367.
The closest finish in the Southern 500 was the 1997 Southern 500, the margin of 144 1/1000. That is the 276th closest finish.
Fast Pro Shops. Toyota's been fast here before, and it was fast in practice.
In fact, there are only 3 Southern 500s that rank in the top 1,000. Besides that one, the 2000 in the last year's Southern 500, which is the margin of 212 hundredths, which is the 471st closest finish, and the 2020 Southern 500, which has the 725th closest finish.
Here in stage 2, possibly.
Let's take a look and see who's on the move. Power Moves are brought to you by the Propane Education and Research Council. Suarez, Corey LaJoy up 23 spots. Cole Custer, we mentioned him a few times, up 17, having a great run. Truex didn't qualify well. Lots of speed in that car. Great battle right here. Eric Jones. Denny Hamlin.
Jones passes Hamlin.
In second place. Looked like he had the best car. Hounded Kyle Busch in the lead. Now he's lost a few spots on pit road.
Oh, Ware spins! And that's going to bring out a caution.
On the apron of the racetrack brings out the caution. This is the 6th caution of the night.
Fucking Ware.
We got a career best
The weaves may sip for you, but goddamn, do you disappoint sometimes. Sorry to all the anime likers, but man, he sucks. I can't. I'm sorry.
This stage, and you see that 51 car just coming around on him. Coming to 11 laps.
Also, in about 10 minutes, the ARCA race at the DeCoin State Fairgrounds will start.
Those new tires. Try to take advantage of the few laps we have left.
You do that, and you come in, which I understand, but they've already used up quite a few sets here just in this stage. We know the third stage is longer yet. But do they come now this time and then stay out there as we restart for stage 3?
This caution will give Eric Almirola the free pass.
Almirola gets his free pass.
21st position. Kyle Larson is in 22nd, 2 laps down.
Oh, Almirola and Larson would be next.
You guys are trying to figure out what they're going to do on the pits, and this is why it's bad to have 3 drivers in the booth. I don't have a clue. A driver is screaming, "Give me tires, give me tires, give me tires." That's what you're always going to scream, no matter what. It is going to be interesting to see how they play out these last 12.
So what the hell am I doing? There we go.
Fixed
it.
To finish this out. But what this will do is split the field up into 2 different strategies. Where right now everybody's pretty much on the same schedule. This will split it up. Present some challenges for some of these guys who have dominated. Only 21 laps on the tires they have now.
Yeah, you wonder if people back there, especially like Harvick and Cindric and Keselowski, Austin Dillon back there in 20th, they take this opportunity, if they see the others not, to possibly come.
That's right. So it's 26 laps since the last pit, but that's 21 green flag laps for like Truex, Kyle Busch, William Byron. Is that enough for them to consider saving a set of tires for that last stage? See a lot of guys getting ready to get up on the wall there. The 19 teams got their tires ready. Looks like they're going to come to pit road. Sometimes, though, these teams, they'll set up a fake.
Yeah.
Tell you, man, get up there and look like you're ready. I think they're all coming.
I think they're all coming too, man. I don't think this is a fake.
Here they come.
And he drove them all the way in the box right there.
Dave, what you got?
Oh, Ryan Blaney, and he'll take on 4 tires here. The car was the best it's been on that run, so doesn't want him to change much there. Just the 4 tires, and he gave up 6 potential stage points to do it, Kim.
Peter Martin Truex Jr. has no complaints about his Toyota. In fact, he told his team in clean air, it is insanely good. Makes that stop right there. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Parker.
Well, for the 18 at Kyle Busch, those are not 4 sticker tires that they're putting on. Those are
Scuffs.
4 scuffs, as we talk about these teams trying to be conscious of their...
Direct to the 10.3. Kyle Busch with another 9.0.
Sets left to play with here, so all the teams bringing their car down the pit road. William Byron was in 3rd.
Oh, bad pit stop for the 24 at 12.1. He's going to lose a ton of spots.
18 and the 19, but they will lose a host of spots here.
He lost 4 spots on pit road. What a disaster.
A lot of troubles tonight for the Hendrick team. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott.
Larson is now the first car at least 1 lap down. He's 2 laps down.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think about going for a ride. Nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that can happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone.
With handcrafted steak burgers and chicken sandwiches, there's a perfect plate for everyone. Great value for all your favorites, only from IHOP. Download the app and earn free food.
IHOP is terrible. I went to the one that was by Daytona. Not a good breakfast. Oh.
I haven't had IHOP in like 6 years.
It wasn't good. We waited forever. The order wasn't. We had to get half the order because we had a Daytona tour that was coming and it was just taking too long.
I personally think Denny's is better, but you know.
I've never been.
It's like IHOP but open 24 hours instead. That's really all it is.
Good.
So in case you wanted pancakes at 3 o'clock in the morning, then take your ass to Denny's.
Nope. think they would pull over the 9 pit crew for the 24. Pro, that's what we call a pro gamer move.
Introducing the all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose 2 classics: the Frito chili cheese wrap, the small jelly popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound of cheeseburger for just $5.
The Sonic burgers are the most disgusting-looking burgers I've ever seen. They're flat, they're thin. They're thin. Look greasy as fuck. They don't look good at all. Larson is the first car that, as I said, the first car that's more that is at least 1 lap down. Larson's only 1 lap down and in free pass position. Could you imagine, man? Larson is next for the free pass.
And he's gone twice.
Yeah.
Elliott fans must be salty about that. Where is Elliott right now in the playoff?
Plus 13 or something.
Now he's on the verge of being back in the lead lap and back in contention.
Might be plus 11, I don't know.
Here in 2015 after being down 2 laps. This will be unprecedented for this 5 team. Just to even come out here with a top 10 finish, I think they
remember yesterday he was 2 laps down for most of the Xfinity race. Then he got back in the lead lap and charged.
These guys cruise around turn 3 and 4. You see
the 5th after the last lap skirmish.
Jr.
Here we go. Coming now. We're going to have a 7-lap dash to the end of the stage. Here we go. There comes Blaney. Blaney's right behind the 2 Joe Gibbs cars that are front, which is Busch and Truex Jr. Logano has to bail. Right now, it's Blaney that's wrecking the Joe Gibbs party. He's in 3rd.
Think he's going to be able to make that pass.
Battle still up front for the lead. Truex, not a playoff contender.
But he's still battling hard. Here he goes. He's staying hard on that inside. Daniel Suarez up to 4th. Truex, he's trying to stick hard. Has not been able to make the pass. He closes behind in 2nd position.
When you sit at home, if you don't think points
wait, Hamlin's in 10th. There is no Joe Gibbs party.
Last 5 or 6 laps, because these guys are driving like it's the last lap of this race.
Side by side back here between Bell and Suarez for 4th place.
Where did Bowman come from? He's in 9th. Good Lord, people are coming out of nowhere. Ooh, contact! Oh lordy, oh lordy. That let Logano get by. Ooh, my goodness. The whole field is like stacking up behind these cars, and Byron sneaks on by, or at least is trying. He's super low, but my God. Suarez and Bell got into each other, and they almost crashed, and that led some of the cars get by. Oh my God. Bell's coming back around to take away 5th away from Byron, but holy crap, that was almost really bad. The field was coming there. He gets it. Here comes Bowman. Bowman the showman coming from behind. Gonna try to take away 6th spot. The 2 Hendrick drivers that had sucked for the latter half of the regular season are coming in strong, and Larson almost ready to unlap himself. Truex and Busch battling it out for the lead from the end of the stage. Larson and Haley are battling. Oh wait, no, Larson and Hemrick, excuse me. They are the 2 cars that are the first 2 cars on a lap down. So whoever is ahead is going to get that to get back on the lead lap.
With a car that is not driving well. We saw him spin out all on his own. You can see that he's really struggling through turns 3 and 4. A lot better down in 1 and 2.
Fans are waving this.
What a freaking battle!
Hoping he can take the lead. We're looking out of the box here, right down across the grandstands. The fans are on their feet for the finish of stage 2.
Truex going high, Busch going low. Also a little lower. All right, last lap of stage 2. And Blaney's not far behind Kyle Busch and Martin Truex.
On the front straightaway right now. Final lap of stage 2. Looks like Kyle Busch has it.
It's like every 10 or so years, you have a season that just knocks your socks off. 1992. All right. Kyle Busch wins stage 2. Truex second. Blaney third. Logano fourth. Byron fifth. Bell sixth. Bowman seventh. Suarez eighth. Jones ninth. And Michael McDowell 10th. We got 4 non-winners in the top 10.
Wow, man. In a very short period of time, he goes from 2 down to back even.
And Larson is back on the lead lap. Man, I love this frickin' sport, man.
Racing there in those final few laps, trying to get to the end of stage 2. Christopher Bell, Suarez, all these guys, they survive it. We're going to have a heck of a race in stage 3 coming up after the break.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners, to no-drill mud flaps, to tech liner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at
Fucking
WeatherTech.com.
hell. This Planet fucking challenge where it's so hard to use a sword.
I've always wanted to do that.
Fuck.
Next round on me.
The all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger.
Shit.
Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
So, you're at the age now where you may start feeling certain urges to buy things at full price.
You read my diary?
But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials, plus free shipping on millions of items. Do you have any questions?
What is bang for your buck? Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
So I said, yeah, you're saving hundreds with the home bundle for Progressive, but there's no saving that casserole.
Oh, the Arca race at the coin is postponed to tomorrow.
You have 2 things coming together like a force of nature. Like it was really meant to be, you know?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm so glad you want to save money. Rodney, set up a bundle for John Ham.
Of course. John, is it still cool if I catch a ride home with you?
I never said it was.
Yeah, but technically you didn't say it wasn't.
It's not.
Yet.
The Premier League is on USA. 2 of the league's biggest clubs. It's not a pretty relationship between these clubs. And 2 of the league's most talented goal scorers. Go ahead. Zaid. Manchester City. Tottenham. Premier League mornings. Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on USA.
Coming up next, following our Cup Series playoff coverage here on USA, the new NASCAR docu-series, Race for the Championship. Everybody's talking about this. Yeah. The first volume has been out, and everybody just loved it. Can't wait to see all the rest of them. Look at the movie, man. Great night tonight. All the cars are coming down the pit road. Dave, what you got?
Really?
Points for Ryan Blaney, stage points that is, as he comes to
Anyway,
pit road.
Byron-
Race for the Championship was good.
It is. I watched it.
After that little sprint to the end of stage 2, the team asked Martin Truex Jr., anything we can do better if we get a short run at the end of this race? Martin said, not sure. There's still so much racing to do. It's going to be 4 tires and fuel for the 19, Parker.
Kyle Busch won that stage when he was constantly comparing his car to his teammate, the 19th Martin Truex Jr., saying he could just go so much further into turn 1, Marty.
Terrific look at Joey Logano's pit stop, who's glad the stage was not longer. He said that contact with the wall was pretty hard. The balance really, really close for Logano. A drag race off pit road with his teammate Ryan Blaney. Logano actually gains 2 spots right there. That pit stop #1 paying off for the 22.
easy to see. Bush, Logano, Truex, Blaney, Suarez, Bell, Byron, Bowman, Harvick, Hamlin.
After losing so much time earlier, he's out front early in this race, lost track position on pit road, gained it back left, and one stall.
And you brought it up in the meeting. That number 1 stall was going to be critical. Could put him in the position to win this thing at the end. We've seen every time he comes in, he picks up 2 or 3.
You know, guys, though, Martin Truex Jr. might break a lot of people's hearts here tonight whenever he goes and takes this race and wins, and somebody that was right there ready to move themselves on into the round of 12 might not happen.
This is a long, tough race, one of the hardest races the drivers run throughout the year, and I think this is when we get into that mental toughness part of the night. What is it going to be like for these guys these last 100 miles?
Well, you're just going to have to stay focused on what you're doing. And I think by breaking up this, the way that these guys are doing it, where they're running 35 to 40 laps, and that number will change a little bit as we get into stage 3, that helps you because you get a little bit of a break instead of having to run on those old tires quite as much.
Yeah, for these guys that, if you've ever run a marathon or you're distance runners, don't look at the scoreboard. Don't pay any attention to how many miles are left. Do your job. Stay focused. And it's really tough. Race the car in front of you. Race the racetrack.
All right, I'm probably going to head out.
We've seen guys.
All right, glad to have you.
Do it multiple times down here. They've got.
All right.
How many wins you got? 5?
I don't know. Not as many as Jeff Burton.
Yeah, it's all right.
And Jeff Burton. named Jeff.
Well, I wish we could keep going, guys. So much fun working in the booth with y'all. I've loved working with y'all on the EPC coverage throughout the years. We'll do this again next year.
Same time next year.
Forward to it.
You got it.
Thank you, man.
Let's send it over to the booth to Rick and Steve, guys. What have you guys been watching while you've been having your snacks in stage 2?
We did enjoy a little bit of food, and we definitely enjoyed it when we've got a Petty and Earnhardt and a Jarrett in the booth. It always brings back great memories, and that was a lot of fun. But, Steve, I think the turn of events has to be you look at Hendrick Motorsports, and what looked like a devastating day, starting off with Larson going so many laps down, and then Chase Elliott had issues. Now, all of a sudden,
And Byron's engine sputtering or something.
3 potential Hendrick Motorsports cars that will be fighting for the lead here.
Yeah, Chase's accident was terminal. He didn't get any chance to continue. But the 5 of Kyle Larson, this mysterious issue, we're not sure what it was. We'll probably hear about it this week. But 4 laps down. Now all the way back to the lead lap, getting the free pass in this situation right here. You know, if they are lucky enough to continue on through the playoffs, they're going to look back at this race and what transpired and how they got back. This could be a big moment for the 5 car. But it isn't just the 5. I mean, look at that race right there. I didn't see a bunch of guys worried about saving their car. Joey Logano's bouncing off people. The racing is super intense. And they mentioned it. This final stage, I think they're going to try to eat it in smaller spoonfuls, right? 30 or 35 laps, come to pit road and keep doing it that way. That does help that driver, that mental focus they talked about.
And Joe Gibbs Racing has been dominant as well. All right, Junior, it looks like you've got a recognizable soul standing next to you once again up there in the booth.
Yeah, we finally got Jeff back, and he's had some success here. I love kind of leaning on him at racetracks where I know he's really good at. And so what have you been watching in stage 2? I know we were together in stage 1, and then a lot of things started changing. Larson's back in this thing. Joe Gibbs guys are dominating. Yeah, they've dominated, but now the Penske guys, they've started to show they get themselves to the front. Blaney and Logano both are running well. I think we're going to see a teammate battle coming down, but I think ultimately someone is going to make a mistake getting on pit road. All these green flag stops, we see it all the time here. They've got to stay on point. It's such a difficult pit road to get on. Another driver trying to recover. Ross Chastain had that issue with the drive pins, pitted a couple times on the green. He took the wave right here to get to 1 lap down. Old tires, but at some point you have to gamble. You have to make up for the issues. We'll see if he can get as lucky as Larson did with the yellows.
Yeah, he's got to get by a few guys like Kimra Haley, Ty Dillon, Harrison Burton. But it's a possibility. Getting ready to start the final stage.
Here we go. 131 laps to go at the line. We are green once more.
And the green flag is back in the air. Very close for second.
Yep.
Martin Truex Jr.
Logano getting in front of Kyle. In front of Martin Truex Jr. Suarez and Blaney battling for 5th, for 6th. It's Bell and Byron. And Byron took the spot. Ooh, Bowman really loose. Ooh, and Suarez loose as they're battling hard. Man, it's getting dicey.
With the 4 of Harvick.
Bowman, though, man, he's making a run here late in this race, right under this 20 car of Christopher Bell. Had some good runs at Darlington in the past. It's been a really, really tough stretch, though, for this crew. Bell did not get him that spot. Entered side by side into one. It's so tight.
Oh, man.
That was awesome.
Not giving an inch.
No, they're not.
As they go back at it again. Bowman a little bit lower on the racetrack. Almost down.
Landon Castle's on the lead lap by some miracle. And Bowman takes the spot. 7th place to Byron. You know, Denny Hamlin is in 10th right now. Okay. Past Custer and McDowell. But they're battling hard.
You mentioned Alex Bowman. They've gotten better throughout this race. Struggled early. Also, see that car, that 4 car back there. He's the same way. 20 car Bell making another run. Watch this action right here. Just a lot of contact. Guys getting into the back of each other. Restarts are aggressive.
I mean, even more beyond it being a playoff race, they want to win one of the crown jewels of the NASCAR calendar. And reason number 5 as to why NASCAR is better than F1.
And Alex Bowman starting to show up late in the race. I talked to crew chief Greg Ives earlier in the day, and he said because of the bad summer stretch they had, they feel like they are considered the underdog. And
No
they
shit.
prove that underdogs can win. Use that kind of moniker to their advantage right now.
Yeah, but yeah, someone said like, yeah, this that 48 car is fucking fast.
Currently running in the 7th position.
Pretty interesting listening to some of Alex Bowman's comments before this race, saying that so many.
So right now, Elliott is +8 on the grid.
His ability, and the only thing he does is win races, and makes a habit out of people being derogatory toward him about how he can drive a race car, but he's a winner. He's won an awful lot of times. This is his 5th playoff appearance. And he wants to use that as motivation. Marty.
Jeff, welcome back to the top 5. Joey Logano. Think about how their day started. In stage 1, first stop of the day, came in 2nd. They fell back to 11th after a problem with the jack. They spent their entire day trying to get this track position back. So what did Joey think earlier when he was back in traffic? Listen.
Tight traffic. I fire off pretty good. I just start getting tight fairly quick. 30 year. I fire off better than the majority.
He went on to say, we are terrible compared to everybody else in traffic. But Steve, Paul Wolf got down after that pit stop when they gained 2 spots here. High-fived all of his guys. You get a good pit stop like that, put you back in the game. That's where Joey Logano is right now. In 2nd, finally has that clean air he's wanted all night.
Well, listen, if you're terrible in traffic, the best thing a pitcher can do is get you out of traffic. He's in 2nd, you know.
You know, Logano's falling back a bit, but Truex is not. Because that 19 car is fast. Man fast.
Steve, you said they're going to chip up this final stage a little bit shorter than they had in the first 2 stages.
Yeah, so basically your options are to pit a couple times, break it up into 3 runs, 2 pit stops. You see Truex working underneath the 22. The 22 should keep momentum off the top. He does. That's going to be like 43, 4, 5 laps per run. If you're going to pit 3 times, though, you get all the way down to, you know, probably mid to low 30s per run. So it's just a math equation. We'll see how it works out.
I'll let you take care of all the math on that one. As we see Kyle Busch still holding off Logano. He has a 6/10 of a second lead over him, but the fight there that we're looking at, Logano and Truex, those two separated by 3/10 of a second. Just a little bit behind them is Daniel Suarez. Parker?
Right, Rick, and he continues his march forward, this great run by this 99 team, but it's even better considering that they just were put in the wall at the end of stage 2 by Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez was not happy. Take a listen on the radio.
Oh, the 20 hold, I'll get back to you. Yeah, copy. Pushing cars, apologize right now, getting his hand out, but unbelievable, man. I mean, the race so stupid, unbelievable. Anyway, I want to use that car whenever I need. Yep, set the back of his head now. You clear it out of yours.
They also remind him to maybe push that 20 car about 15 miles per hour too fast in the corner if he gets to him, because they were just not happy the way they've been raced, and not think about their day where they had the penalty, drive through their lap down, they come back to that, drive to the field, get put in the wall. Obviously this team looks upset, but they've been reminding Daniel of the bigger picture, all the other playoff cars that had issues, and told him to continue to race smart right now in the top 5 running great.
Parker, I think that's great advice to him. He said, listen, you're now in his head, you get it out of yours. And that's great advice, especially at this racetrack. Do not beat yourself. Don't let your competition get into your head and force you into a mistake that you don't need to make. This track's difficult enough. Don't make it even more difficult.
Let's talk about how this 99 car makes the pass on the 19. He's running Truex down. Runs into the corner, just a little offset. Going to try to turn the car down across the bottom into clean air. Trying to drive up off the corner quicker. Going to lose momentum down the straightaway, running the bottom on exit.
Remember what a day it has been already, actually weekend for Daniel Suarez after failing tech inspection 3 times. They had to start in the back. They weren't able to qualify. They started in the back. They've worked their way up front and now still contending for this top 5 position, running in the 4th spot. Let's listen in
Reddick,
on
10th.
what's going on with Tyler Reddick.
All right, let's stop crying wolf here and get our back together. We're racing ourselves. Like I said earlier, the 4 is not going to finish where he's running right now. I guarantee you he's going to run somewhere up around the top 5. We're racing ourselves. Be smart. That's all we need to worry about. Don't overdo this. Get into the pit box. Let the pit crew guys do their deal. Everybody just stay focused. We're fine. We got a long way to go. Let's race. We're fine.
There you have it.
Hey, listen, it's the Southern 500. It's the start of the playoffs. But the information coming to him about Harvick was, look, Kevin Harvick's not running that great either. Kevin Harvick's had issues. Look at where he's running. He's going to methodically make this work. Ross Chastain on pit road with another problem, but that was great information to him as well. Kevin Harvick will find a way. We need to.
Look at this shot right here, Rick. Wow.
Right against the wall.
All right, so that's exiting. I'm trying to get my corners straight at this. Turn 2. Now we're down into 3. There's the building right up against the fence. Listen to the throttle. Oh, this would be a great shot when this pass, Junior.
Closes the gap right there.
3 hours into this race, there's still an hour to go, and these drivers are
More than that. We still got 115 laps to go.
refocus. We've got 100 laps to go, 115 laps to go. Let's get after this thing.
Let's watch right here and see him turn that car back down across the racetrack and see if he does it. No, he runs the wall this time. Right in front of him is the 4 of Kevin Harvick. He's trying to set up for a pass there. Right behind him, Denny Hamlin, who's continuing to have a hard time.
Castle goes a lap down.
Track position on pit road. And yes, that camera was as close to the wall as it looked, because we see Tyler Reddick away from the shot, just right against the wall.
There's Hamlin on Sport Clips car.
Have the courage and have the discipline to run right there all night. When you get about 2 inches from that wall, there's like a buffer. It's like an air buffer that kind of helps you from getting into it, but only if you time it right. If you just drive in the corner and run up to the wall, that air buffer isn't going to do anything to help you. But if you can walk up to it slowly, it really does help.
Yeah, basically all the air going down the side of the car, wrapping around the nose and going down the right side of the car. It compresses against the wall. It gives you a little bit of a cushion, a bit of a buffer, and you can actually add more throttle to get through the corner faster. The guys do this at Darlington, Homestead, all types of racetracks. We'll do it next week in Kansas. A lot of fun.
Harvick running in the 9th spot. Reddick trying to take it away. Kyle Busch out front.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't! Welcome to the fastest internet.
These crystal balls on cloudy except for walking to the past.
So you can do anything.
Why is Roger happy? It's the little things Carvana does. See, Roger wants to sell his car, stat. Little things like getting a real offer in 2 minutes really make Roger happy. So does Carvana's customer advocate, Caitlin, picking up his car at promptly 10 a.m.
Hi, are you Roger?
Burglar, with the Honda Accord? Yes, I am. It's right over there.
will I be getting... And he loves that Caitlin pays him on the spot. Yeah, Raj? It's the little things that drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
When safe drivers save up to 30% on their auto insurance for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a pretty big deal.
Oh.
Steve, did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
Dylan about to get passed by fucking Corey LaJoy. Or this is coming up on him.
Deadlifting 350 while drinking a Busch Light outside his camper in a national park. It's as American as Earnhardt rattling Terry's cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway, and it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there September 17th. Go to bristolmotorspeedway.com and get your tickets before they're gone.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. This telecast presented by T-Mobile as Kyle Busch has about an 0.8 of a second lead over Joey Logano. Then Martin Truex Jr., Suarez, and Byron are the top 5. Blaney, Bowman, Bell, Harvick, and Hamlin the top 10. Reddick just outside of the top 10, running in that 11th spot. Austin Dillon is 17th, one of the other playoff drivers. Austin Cindric 19th, and Kyle Larson, who is back on the lead lap, running in the 21st position. Chastain is 2 laps down, as is Briscoe, and Chase Elliott currently out of the race.
A lot of conversations about how you run this final run, Rick. So the simple math is this: if you're going to stop a couple times, you're going to run probably 19 more laps, pin around lap 280. If you're going to stop 3 times, though, you're only about 8 laps away from your first pit stop. So risk first reward, right? Look, more pit stops, fresher tires, more grip, car handles better. Risk, you're going to be a lap down at different situations. The other risk is if we get a bunch of yellows late, you might run out of tires. Only stopping twice, a little more conservative. You might give up some time on the racetrack, but you're not a lap down, which I prefer. I'd probably lean towards the 2-stop. But then again, I got my lunch handed to me by Greg Biffle here one day, who pitted the lap before us. So, I mean, this place...
Greg, that was 06. I remember making that finish with part of every NASCAR win in 06. Gordon finished second and was charging, but he just couldn't catch up to Greg Biffle, and it was a green-white checkered. Pass him! Pass him! Or dump him! Something.
How the guy, when he runs him down, how difficult it is to pass. This is a racetrack where your car likes a certain line, and if the car in front of you...
There's a slow car in front of them. Is that Burt? No, it's McLeod. Oh, where is Burton? He's from 26th or something.
You can run this racetrack, but it's just hard to move around enough to get clean air.
Let's get a few updates as we have just over 100 laps to go.
Great hit for Kyle Busch. He's led 116 laps so far in this race, but this is the part of the run they've been most worried about. He and Ben Bayshore have been working on making this car run better past lap 25 in a run because they have great fire-off speed. He said, that's not what I need fixed. I need the run to continue not to lose rear end and get too loose towards the end of the runs. That's what they've been working on. So far in this run, it's looking like they might have found what they needed, Marty.
Joey Logano sitting in second, being told Kyle Busch is beating him on power down. We're right on board with the Coca-Cola onboard camera for Logano. Originally this morning, Paul Wolf wanted to do 3 stops here in stage 3, but only has 3 sets of stickers left. That would put them in a bad spot. Looks like they're going to try and make it a 2-stopper here in stage 3, Kim.
Well, I talked to James Small, crew chief for Martin Truex Jr. this morning, and he said, we're going to go out here to prove a point, and that means stealing wins during the playoffs. We're going to make sure people do not forget about us, even though we aren't in the championship hunt. Truex just really needs clean air for that car to perform at its peak. Currently running P3, Parker.
And Kim, the 99 car, Daniel Suarez. This team came in with so much confidence.
100, coming up on 100 laps to go.
Team, and we know it, and we're going to show it even with the penalty. So far they have, but just recently he came on the radio and said, I just hit the wall pretty hard and now lacking a lot of grip in that 99 car, guys.
Suarez has hit the wall. Dylan on pit road. He'll probably go 1, if not 2 laps down.
I'm thinking Justin Alexander, Steve, is thinking, hey, this is my only shot here. They have 3 sets of sticker tires left, so they're going to take it here. That's going to make it a 3-stop. Stage 3 for the 3 car. Again.
And Tyler Reddick is going to make his stop. He was reporting that he lost all rear lateral grip, also tight across the front, so double issues for that car. Remember that pep talk? They're just continuing to remind them, be smart. 4 tires fuel, Marty.
So, Kim, an interesting move here. Austin Cindric coming down pit road. He spent much of his day around top 15. At the end of stage 2, Jeremy Mullins made the call to put on scuff tires. So they actually have 4 sets left here in the 2. You see that big wedge adjustment, so that could be a big advantage for the 2.
I'm not sure. That depends on if there's a caution or not.
See some trickle in, but unlike earlier where we saw 25 cars in 1 lap window, you can see there's a little apprehension, a little decision making. Are we stopping twice? Are we stopping 3 times? I believe we're going to see the majority stop twice, save those fresh tires for those late yellows. But the RCR team, the information they have says opposite. We'll kind of just have to track this as we go. As we see Kyle Busch now, who's going to blend right behind that 10 car. That 10, though, you want to see what new tires look like? There you go. This 10 is going to drive away from the race leader like he is stuck. That is why you come an extra set. Brand new shoes, Rick. They feel good at this place.
Truex makes some good laps here.
I didn't realize Truex passed Logano. Awesome. He's now a second behind Busch and is catching up fast.
Because everybody keeps trickling in a little bit at a time. Parker.
Custer in. Yaley in.
Joined this great run for the 7 Spire Motorsports. He came on the radio and said we may be having fuel pump issues. He slowed dramatically on the racetrack, so now they're on pit road. They're changing the tires. They're going to go away, but saying he's having issues, he lost a couple seconds that last lap before he pitted. We'll see how it works out.
Joey Logano on pit road now. You see on the left-hand side some other cars. Suarez on pit road. We'll keep an eye on that 7 as he rejoins the racetrack to see if the fuel issue continues. Parker.
As we said, Daniel Suarez struggling with the rear grip in this race car, especially through turns 1 and 2, having a great run inside the top 5. You can see that scuff on the right rear. That was from just getting in the wall most recently. Once again, as you see, they're going to do 4 tires and fill it full of fuel for Daniel Suarez. He leads these leaders down pit road, Marty.
Look at the view of the stop for Joey Logano. Pit stall number 1. Paul Wolf making this call, so it's a little bit earlier than it would be if they were going to do it in 2 stops. They, too, here, going 3 stops in this stage speed, and they only have 3 sets of sticker tires left. So some teams rolling the dice, doing everything they can to get the win here at Darlington.
And Marty, I think Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief,
Byron pitting. Blaney pitting. Haley with 12.3. Hemrick with a 11.5. Blaney with a 9.5.
William Byron hitting his pit stall here. All the teams seeing that lap time turned by the guys out there with fresh Goodyear tires. Byron saying the car has been pretty good. Turns down.
This could be a really good pit stop. Never mind, a 10.1 isn't that good.
Greg Ives, crew chief for Alex Bowman, told me this
It's
morning
decent.
they had a really solid day. He said they're looking for base hits right now, not home runs. So don't overdo it. They're reminding Alex to be patient, as you see right there. Tires going on, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel for Alex Bowman. Partner.
Mr. Bell on pit road here, going really loose inside that 20 car. He had fallen out of the top 5 towards the back end of the top 10. It's 4 Goodyear tires. You see there, filling full of Sunoco fuel. Hoping he can tighten it up, Dave.
And now Kyle Larson, who had restarted in 22nd, had not made up a lot of ground. The car blown up.
Oh, Harvick has blown up. Or the left, no, not blown up, but the right front tire is on fire.
Yeah, big flames coming out from underneath the hood of Harvick. So
No, he's dead. And every car, oh my God, that's going to be devastating for all the cars that pit. Logano, Blaney, Byron. And caution's out. Harvick's down to the race. That's going to be hard.
That car bursts into flames.
Oh my God.
Just look at this fire.
Damn, that thing exploded like a grenade in Vietnam. My apologies to the Vietnam veterans that are watching this video. The stream. Holy crap.
What's odd about it, Steve, is there's fire coming out of both sides of the car. We've seen some exhaust box tires, but it's coming out of the left side as well.
So to your point, Junior, that's why I thought it was an engine issue, because the left side is out really what it looks to me like the end of the exhaust pipe, like the engine had exploded.
Right.
Look at what it looks like inside.
We've seen a couple issues this year with like you say, with rocker panels catching on fire because of contact and so forth. Exhaust heat catching that on fire. Now I was thinking about how this race, being an abrasive racetrack, a lot of rubber buildup, rubber going into places we maybe not used to having rubber go, right, on these race cars, and getting packed and collecting in places. That also can catch fire. So
That's gonna hurt a lot of the cars that pitted. There are 10 cars. Okay, there are 13 cars that are a lap down as a result of the pit cycles. Maybe they'll all get the wave around.
And then there's smoke coming out of the back. More and more smoke. Fire's getting worse. Driver's starting to realize that he needs to get out of this situation.
Now Harvick's out of the race.
So he's just trying to ease down the racetrack to get out.
And that's another playoff driver that's going to suffer as a result, which will help Elliott's margin.
And this another playoff driver, but also, Steve, this came right in the middle of pit sequences. This is going to mix the field up.
Yeah, it's a huge break for the leaders who hadn't picked, Kyle Busch, Mark Truex Jr., and Hamlin. The 8 of Reddick, as we see another view of this, the 8 of Reddick's going to be the free pass. We're going to have to just let it cycle out here because a bunch of guys got to take a wave around.
Right there, there's no engine. You know, the motor's not running down the front straightaway.
Keep coming, don't. You're okay to keep coming. You're okay to keep coming. Yellow's out here.
It's just unbelievable. But
Yep.
To your point, Junior, the thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before, the left out the pipes is a new one for me.
Fire inside the car, it's just...
Man.
That's just...
God.
Gotta get fixed. I mean, even if a motor blows up, we should not have what's going on inside the car right now.
So the 4 of Kevin Harvick, another playoff driver
Yeah.
that has issues in this first playoff race from Darlington.
All right, as we've mentioned, we've seen this issue before, so let's take another look at our Toyota virtual car. It's going to be a little bit busy. Let's talk about back in Indianapolis. Buscher, contact. Makes contact on the right side.
Thing is, Buscher came back to finish top 10.
This is the really first one we saw. Look at this fire. It looks a lot like Kevin Harvick's fire blazing out of the right side of Buscher's car.
That didn't look, it looked bad though.
Take a look at what happened. So the exhaust in this car, dual exhaust, out both sides, and it comes out about a third of the way down the door. You see it right there. Well, it's protected underneath this carbon area. That's that rocker panel that Kevin Harvick talked about. But what happened in Chris Buescher's situation is when a car made contact with it, everything bent back. And then the body popped back out. The exhaust didn't. So right here, the exhaust can blast with the carbon fiber. Things can catch on fire. So after Indianapolis, NASCAR came in. They added a piece right here to the shroud to keep the exhaust attached to the side. That is what fixed the issue that Buescher had. The problem is we've now seen another fire at Richmond and now a fire here. So you saw that other carbon piece that went on there, that great piece that went in before the foam. There's also some conversation that has some heat shielding on it. What you actually use for glue to put the heat shielding on could possibly be flammable. And really anything, even if it says it's non-flammable, if it breaks and falls down and lays on a 1,000-degree exhaust pipe long enough, it is going to start to smolder. Now, listen, that wasn't smoldering on the Ford car. That was a bonfire. So something in there
went catastrophically wrong. Man, Ty Gibbs looking really good right now, I gotta say.
Catch fire. But this is a challenge for the teams and NASCAR. No one likes to see this, but it seems like each one is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I think to our point, or to your point, that this could be an engine failure that created this issue for the Ford, but we still have a fire issue in terms of flammable.
How many cars have actually DNF'd from the race? Only like 4 or so.
I think none of us
3 or so.
for this car to just be perfect and nothing have to change through year 1. Racing's been great on the racetrack. I think there's some conversation about some other adjustments to this car. I think this is on the list, Dale, right? We're going to see some evolution. We had decades and decades and decades of the old style race car. 27 races in,
there are absolutely things that need to be adjusted, but and this fire is one big one. What is going on?
Yeah, the key is figuring out what exactly happened in this situation. Did an engine break and oil get into the car somehow, or something else? We don't know what happened. This one looked a little different than the others, and until they do an investigation and truly understand what happened with this 4 car, we'll hear from Kevin soon to understand if the engine blew up, then we'll understand that, and that'll lead us down a direction, but just look different than the others.
Well, the interesting point is, so they've all been Fords. Whether that's something different on the Fords, I don't know. And the Indy one, I think, was diagnosed and adjusted. Richmond in here, these are the 2 most abrasive tracks we run. So is it like just the rubber that builds up? Does it get up into that rocker panel and catch fire?
I didn't think of Richmond as an abrasive track. You know, Atlanta's no longer like it since it got repaved.
46 laps since the last time they came to pit road, from Ty Gibbs in 8th all the way up to Kyle Busch in 1st. This will be a caution flag pit stop for this group. Great break for them, Dave.
Speed.
Hamlin lost a lot of front grip coming in 3rd. He needs an adjustment for that. They've kind of had a couple of bad stops. They've had a couple of really good stops as well with the 11 team. We'll see what they got here, Kim.
Mark Truck Jr. in the middle of your screen told his team he burned the tires off following the 22 too long. The wheels shaking, the front tires are shaking just way too loose. He said probably would be long gone. So track position is what Martin really is wanting. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Parker.
And Kim, for Kyle Busch, he was about a lap, maybe.
Hamlin 9.5, Truex 10.0, Kyle Busch a 9 flat. A really good pit stop.
Pit road, but they were so close there when that caution happened for the Ford, and they were able to stay out there and pit under yellow.
A lot of things going to be shooken up.
Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Hamlin, Truex, Bubba, Jones, McDowell.
There were 13 that were 1 lap down, and through that cycle, the 99 and the 17 too fast on pit road.
Oh, man.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnitas.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Ooh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there?
Very
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most. Not anymore. Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman? No. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Ed Vance here, and I'm at my favorite place again.
Sorry, did you say your name is Ed Vance?
That's me.
Like advance?
Crazy, right? And it just so happens he knows everything in advance.
Oh, you know the future? Did you know I needed 10W30?
No. I just know everything here in Advanced Auto Parts, like where the 10W30 is.
So you don't know what I'll do next?
Actually, I do.
Great. Someone is paintballing at my college.
He's good. He's Advanced. I spend a lot of time here. He's here a lot.
This is how we advance. There's no place like Kansas. The race for the NASCAR championship runs 185 miles per hour straight through the heartland. Drivers, start your engines. The NASCAR playoffs continue in Kansas on USA.
Back at Darlington Raceway, about to be 85 laps to go here in the
Harvick
race.
now getting his interview.
Garage area. Man, that looked like a scary fire. Any idea what led to that, Kevin?
I'm
sure it's just the crappy parts on the race car like we've seen so many times. We haven't fixed anything. It's kind of like the safety stuff. We just let it keep going, and the car started burning. And as it burned, you know, the flames started coming through the dash, and I ran a couple laps, and then, you know, as the flame got bigger, and then it started burning stuff up, and I think right there you see all the brake fluid that was probably coming out of the brakes. It burned the brake line, but the fire was coming through the dash. So
The dashboard? Man. Electronic failure like that.
We didn't touch the wall, we didn't touch the car, and here we are in the pits with a burned up car and can't finish the race during the playoffs because of crappy ass parts.
So to clarify, it was not an engine issue originally. It was a rocker panel fire.
Because I just stopped. The rocker was on fire for a couple laps. I just stopped because, you know, I couldn't see anymore because the flames were coming through the dash, and I couldn't get myself sit in there and burn.
That's just pathetic. Oh, and very kind of just sad. It's just sad.
Have a chat with some NASCAR officials.
Yeah, well, there you have it. You know, we didn't know if it was an engine.
Flames through the dashboard. The dashboard. What a joke.
That has got to get fixed. I know they're working on it, but you know, you got a driver in the playoffs. It's out of the playoffs. Not only that, it's dangerous. It has to get addressed and it has to get fixed.
Getting ready for the restart of the Cookout Southern 500 from here at Darlington. Now just 84 laps to go.
Here we go.
Teammates fighting for the lead up front. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin.
And Martin Truex Jr.
Right behind him, Martin Truex Jr. in that third spot.
Here he comes along the outside. They have a better line through 3 and 4. Ooh.
Big run by the 19 up against the wall. We'll see if he can clear the 11.
And
Junior's gonna take
he will. Truex, this is the win he needs, the one that got away.
Greg Jones close, right there in fourth place behind that 11.
Michael McDowell also up here in the 34.
Blue and green 43 car down the back straightaway. This caution in the middle of that cycle really swapped it up. Not for Kyle Busch, Truex, or Hamlin. Worked well for them, but you guys be giving the names. Jones, McDowell, Wallace, Gibbs. Great break for those cars. Some of the other playoff cars kind of stuck there 8th to 18th. Reddick all the way back to Dillon.
Bell fell back. Actually, no, he didn't. He was part of the car that had problems. That didn't benefit.
Back up front, Kyle Busch. 3/10 over Truex. Truex running the top of the racetrack, going to create some momentum here. Looks like his car's firing off really well on this set of tires.
Just 81 laps to go here in the Southern 500 as the heat being turned up for Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch up front running 1 and 2 separated by 2 car lengths.
Let's see what Kyle does down here in turn 3 and 4. Rick, when he's run at top, drives to the bottom of the racetrack.
Truex just looks so good, man.
Not quite up to the quarter panel. Kyle drives away down the front straightaway.
Pressure still being put on by Truex.
You know, Truex wants this win so badly. Not in the playoffs. And he's 4th in the regular season points.
Come on, Byron. He goes for 13th. Oh, let's wait. LaJoy is a lap down. Never mind. 14th still. He's got his next car to. We got to pass Blaney next.
Cole Custer, all those guys racing around LaJoy. LaJoy 1 lap down.
Yeah, those cars, Dale, pitted, were caught by the yellow, so as wave around, they have newer tires, but they had to start all the way at the back of the field, behind the lap down cars and everything. To your point about the 7 being a lap down, that's why we're seeing lead lap cars passing him. They started all the way back at the tail, taking the wave around.
Tyler Reddick in the 8, trying to get by Bubba Wallace in the 45.
That's for the 6th position.
6th place with that pass. Little wiggle right there. He's going to try to drive away from Bubba at this 45. Behind Bubba is his teammate, Ty Gibbs in the 23. Ty's not ran well all day long. Been around 20th position the whole race, but this caution that came out caught a lot of guys on pit road a lap down. Give him opportunity, jump into the top 10. And there he is. And remember the communication to Tyler Reddick about 45 minutes ago. Hey, it's
It's a long race. Focus on what we're doing. Pay attention to what we're doing. There he is running in 6th place. That's what you have to do here. So many things happen at this racetrack. Isn't unusual to get weird cautions in the middle of sequences. It's not unusual. You just can never quit.
There's Larson getting by LaJoy. He's in the 15th position, the 16th position. And there's Justin Haley, also a lap down. Next car is Cindric.
Haley's also a lap down. Harrison Burton right now, the first car, 1 lap down in 20th place.
Larson up to 16th, and Kyle Larson, remember the star of this race, anything but impressive for the 5 teams.
Just the fact they're back in the top 15 is just an accomplishment in itself.
They made it all the way up to 16th.
Getting that free pass was amazing, Rick. Restarted at that point in 22nd and really didn't make a lot of progress. And crew chief Cliff Daniels told him during this last caution, I know you're frustrated, but your lap times really aren't that bad. I think traffic, I think the dirty air is helping him.
You know, like the car, one of the cars that DNF'd, Chastain, he's still 13 points to the good.
That brought him to pit road and lost him those 3 laps early. They're going to have to work on finding out what that was when they get back to the shop.
12 to the good now.
5 had this motor issue. The 1 had this drive pin issue.
Truex is coming back strong.
The other one's a 7 ran it or had a
Oh man, he's so fast.
as the lead is heating up.
Come on, you're going to the inside. Can he be side by side off of 2? Come on, come on. Truex around his teammate to the lead with 74 laps to go.
You know, a lot of times you feel that pressure from behind. It makes you overdrive your car as the leader. You get out of sync, start making mistakes, start slipping tires. You can't slip tires here. It hurts you on the long run, costs you a lot of positions. Truex back to the lead. You say slip tires. That is not just with the throttle. It's with the front tires too. You can oversaturate the tires, trying to turn them too much. Abuse those tires. Abuse the rear tires also.
Truex is pulling away.
The amount of scrub on that tire, the longer it's going to last.
And as loud as these cars are, you can hear
7 stage wins most of all drivers. Finished 4th in regular season standings. 13.2 average finish. 2nd best of all drivers. Only to Chase Elliott. Led 456 laps, the 6th most.
145 laps this race at Martin Truex Jr.'s 14. Back at the end of stage 2.
Chastain's back in the pits. He's going to hurt him even more. Probably because his car was going to be busted.
Yeah, he's blasting the entry at turn 1, not using much brake. He's waiting a little bit longer to pick up the gas.
And then Kyle tried that when he later got the lead back, where he went off into turn 1. He said, did you see that? When I tried to do what the 19 is doing, I almost knocked the wall down. The 19 really had something down in turn 1 that the 18 hasn't been able to find. They've been trying to find that long run pace in this 18. They just can't get it fixed up for him late in the run here.
still in striking distance as there are 71 laps to go in the Southern 500. Now it's Martin Truex Jr. up front.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to
I'm gonna go take a piss.
responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G
Oh man,
because when
enough.
seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
Toyota, let's go places.
The all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger. Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait,
How are those new wipers?
they're small.
For parts that fit your vehicle, go to eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Research shows that people remember ads with young people having a good time. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's a pool party.
Look what I brought!
Liberty Mutual. They customize your home insurance.
So you only pay for what you need.
Young people having a good time with insurance.
Alright. Damn it, got past it. Oh, Bowman's falling back.
Only
It's
pay
not
for what you
affected.
need.
Got a Hendrick 13, 14, 15.
WWE Raw superstars Bianca Belair and Montez Ford take a spin with NASCAR legend Jeff Burton.
It's time to go fast.
Yes! Go faster!
Was that fun?
I'm riding with the legend!
How was it? An experience like none other.
Don't miss Monday Night Raw and catch all the action of NASCAR only on USA.
NASCAR Cup Series playoffs on USA. This telecast presented by T-Mobile as we've come to 65 laps remaining in the first race of the playoffs, and it's Martin Truex Jr., a driver who just missed making the playoffs, but made the statement earlier today and this weekend he will definitely be a spoiler.
Can even count as a spoiler.
Updates on playoff drivers, and we'll start with Parker.
Well, as we see, Kyle Busch has lost about a second and a half to his teammate there, Martin Truex Jr. We noted how he tried to mimic what Martin Truex Jr. was doing down in turn 1. Now the team is instructing what that 11 car behind him of Denny Hamlin is doing in turn 1, telling him that he has this wider entry that's allowed him to carry a little bit more speed through the center. And Kyle and I talked about that very line earlier today. You see him just a little higher there, and he said when you do that, though, you got to be really smart about the center of the corner. And there, right there through turn 2, you've got to get it straight and turn. Otherwise, you'll never get it back down, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's balance is a lot better. And just think where he was this week, midweek, as he looks to the low line here. He had that back crash at Daytona, and he was asked how he was feeling. He said the best way
Oh my
to describe
God.
it, it's like I got beat up at a bar, and somebody was kicking me in the ribs while I was on the ground. Well, Rick, you know what? He bounced back from that, been healing better every day, and looks like Denny Hamlin is in position to race for the lead.
Denny's trying to figure out how to get around this 18 car, but if Kyle's running the line, I believe that Denny would like to be running. And you see when Denny gets close and he has to kind of go offline, start entering lower, doing things that he's not doing, can't really make the pace or the speed to close in on this 18. We talk about the Denny Hamlin line. Well, it's about entering high into 1. Watch this 18. See the 18? That's the Denny Hamlin line. And watch him get the throttle and drive away right here. Then he wants to swap with him. He's like, you run this line, I'll run that line. Because that's the one, I mean, Denny started doing this about 5-6 years ago, and I went up to him, I said, hey man, can I talk about that on the broadcast? He's like, nope, I don't want nobody to know about it. And everybody started to pick up on that line into 1, running a little bit higher late on tires. You asked permission? I'm trying to be nice. I didn't want to just tell everybody, the whole world about it.
These two are fighting.
We still did anyways. I was going to say.
They're fighting for the second spot, and while they're doing it, Martin Truex Jr. has pulled out to a 1.6-second lead over Kyle Busch.
Yeah, Kyle, this run is not, his car's not been very good on the back end of this run. Took off with good speed.
Had to get back out of the gas there. Denny did. We're hearing his throttle.
Now that they're catching the lap traffic, that might, Denny in his mind thinks, man, okay, this might help me because it's
Carl
going to make
LaJoy.
this 18 get offline. Let's make this 18 have to move around and do things he doesn't want to do, except for things like that. Corey getting sideways.
60 laps to go.
Doesn't seem to slow Denny down too much.
Yeah, Denny's really closed the gap now, but he's going to have to get out of the gas. He slides up toward the wall.
You cannot really follow the 18 in his tracks and expect to drive right up to his back bumper. It's just going to be too much dirty air, not enough grip, slick tires, wore out.
Steve, I'm guessing we're looking at about 12 laps until these guys will try to break it up and maybe come back to pit road.
Yeah, 12 or just a little bit more, maybe like 15, 16, 17 laps. I expect everybody to come in around lap 325. So, but that'd be a way for Denny Hamlin to jump the 18, right? Try to leapfrog him on the racetrack. If he pitted a lap before the 18 and they had the same
length pit stop. The pressure tires should get him in front of the 18. Maybe he thinks he has car to go run the 19 down.
Get a few more updates. We'll go to Kim.
When that Kevin Harvick caution came out, Tyler Reddick was the free pass, so they brought it in, made a right rear shock adjustment to help free him up, and a little wedge. It was a big swing, in fact. Seemed pretty good to start, but then Tyler just came on and said it's like a flip switched again. The right front is just not doing anything I want. They also just radioed to him and said turn 4 is where we're losing the most speed. So watch that there. He currently runs in the 6th position, Parker.
Right, for Christopher Bell running in 9th place now. He scored the 4th most points through the stages of anyone in this race, but it's sort of stalled out in that 9th position. He said on the radio just recently, I don't really know. I feel balance of the car. He's happy with it. And then the team said, well, we tried backing it up and letting it roll. You're using too much brake down into turn 3, so they're trying to find some adjustments in that car to help them move forward, Marty.
Parker on Monday in a team meeting, Joey Logano told his guys and his pit crew, we are the favorites to win the championship this year. Why? Well, they came into this race having earned more points than any team in the last 5 races. It's been a scrappy night for the 22 team. All that track condition he fought for earlier, they lost when that caution didn't work out for him. Sitting in 10th right now, Dave.
Ryan Blaney is in 11th position, Marty, 13 seconds behind the leader, Martin Truex Jr. And with a car that is tight, turning down off of the corner. Now remember, they were one of the cars that waved around on the lap 276 caution, so his tires are about 8 laps older than the leaders. Marty?
William Byron sitting back there right now in the 13th position after leading 50 laps early on. He said it's just way too tight right now. They keep trying to encourage him. Fight. You gotta
Oh, he
keep
passed
fighting.
Bowman at least. Next up is Ty Gibbs.
He said the ride quality is not great. The last 2 stops have not been terrific for the 2014. They've asked William to turn the wheel a little bit more. They've been having problems getting that right front tire off of the car when he comes to pit road, Kim.
After what was a miserable summer stretch for the 48 of Alex Bowman, they were just looking for what they call a decent.
And you just get passed by Larson, or at least it's going to be the attempt.
The 48 of Alex Bowman, they were looking for a decent, uneventful day is what they told me. They felt like they had a pretty good car, decent long run speed as you see that.
The misery that for Hendrick, no, that was the Southern 500 before. Well, I mean last year.
And Larson gets the spot as they go through
54 to go.
This morning, crew chief Cliff Daniels told me that the word of the day was going to be survive, and I guess that's where they have played this so well. Again, 3 laps down earlier for a mysterious issue. Back on the lead lap.
And now Byron passed by Ty Gibbs. So does Larson. That's the battle, and Larson is trying to. That's the battle for 13th.
This week, the biggest mental challenge of the season for him. He said the car very loose right now, trying to hang on right there in front of Ty Dillon.
Eric Almirola will probably, he just went lapped out. Austin Cindric is the next car that will be lapped.
And Austin Dillon just now went down a lap. Again, they have struggled with the handling all night long in that 3 car after making his way into the playoffs last week with a win at Daytona.
Dillon right now in the 19th position.
Austin Dillon a lap down in 19th.
Gap growing now between 2nd and 3rd. Kyle Busch has put about a second between himself and Denny Hamlin.
Look at the driver in 4th, Eric Jones.
And you look at the points as they run.
Elliott would be 15 up. Larson 16 up.
5-point advantage over Austin Dillon. And now Chase Elliott down in the 9th position.
So as Suarez backslides, if he backslides, the margin will continue to go down. Ooh, Logano thinks he's a loose wheel, I think, or something wrong with a lug nut. All right, Logano thinks he has a vibration. He's running 10th right now.
Maybe run through a mental checklist, but if you think it could be something else other than a wheel, but Joey Logano, you know, very veteran behind the wheel, experienced race car driver, he's going to know what he's feeling. We'll have to see. We see a few cars starting to come down the pit road as we ride on board Joey Logano. One quick update, Daniel Suarez, he was running inside the top 5 before that pit cycle. Remember, he was speeding, so he couldn't take the wave around. Now he's outside the top 20. We showed him the points. He's right on that line. So
Cindric pitting. It puts him 2 down.
Pitting with 50 to go. Jeremy Boland's making that call here. Remember, they kind of have a set advantage on a lot.
I'm rooting for Truex. I never root for Joe Gibbs Racing, but I'm rooting for them now.
Cindric saying the car way too loose, as we mentioned a moment ago. Hoping to gain some spots. Came to pit road in the 15th position.
Here comes Logano.
Logano pitting.
Here's Ryan Blaney now making his stop with 49 laps to go. Will it be the last one? Hard to say here at Darlington.
Haley 11.5. Blaney 10.2. Austin Dillon's on pit road, and he's having his service now. Kozlowski on pit road. Austin Dillon is going to have a 10.0. They've really been getting these pit stops better and better and better. Byron on pit road. Larson on pit road. Ooh, Logano 11.2. A little slow. Kozlowski. Oh, really slow. Really bad for the 6. For a 15.8. Larson with a 10.1. Let's look at Byron's pit stop. Truex on pit road. Come on, come on. Get him out quick. A 10.5. Pretty mad. Damn it. Truex a 9.2. Fantastic pit stop.
Nothing they do for him seems to alleviate that issue. So Tyler Reddick getting 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Parker.
Kyle Busch will pit out in the second position. I think his team wanted to go a little bit further here, but was forced down pit road.
Jones, Reddick, McDowell, Bell, and Bowman and Suarez pitting all around 10 seconds or so. Hamlin leads. Kyle Busch, Bubba, Gibbs on pit road. Bubba with 11.7. Kyle Busch a 9.3.
18 on pit road. Here comes the 19 right here. So the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. I know some races have gotten away from them because of some pit calls. Well, James Small is staying aggressive, and I like it. First of the leaders to pit.
Gibbs on 11.5.
He now has blended out in front of the 18. Now just remember, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, I believe, is yet to come to pit road.
That's correct.
He's going to try to run longer and hope fresher tires towards the end are going to pay off or maybe catch a yellow. I don't hate this gamble for the 11.
While he's doing it, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap.
No, there's one. He's the only car in the lead lap. Truex is about to unlap himself. But yeah, Hamlin and Truex on a lap of their own.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he is now. So now, why does this work? Well, so, if he runs, say, 15 more laps and gets a yellow, then he'll have fresh tires. But I thought he was pitting as well, Junior.
I mean, Truex is just pulling away from him because he's going to get screwed.
Because it just seems like to me, why would you want to take any type of gamble? You're sitting there in the top 3. But how would this, if this works out, what is he open to happen?
Okay, well, first there's 43 laps to go, so he's trying to run, say, another 10 or 15 laps. Then if the caution comes out, he will pit. The other cars in the lead lap, like Truex, who just unlapped himself, would come and get tires as well, but it sounds like they're going to come.
And Kyle Busch is coming next, as in coming up on Hamlin.
It's like he's staying out. But if the caution doesn't come out, he doesn't get any of his time back. Not at once left in the race.
Cindric is 2 laps down at this point. So now Cindric is 1 lap down.
When he comes back on the track, he's going to be seconds behind these guys.
He is. He'll have a little bit fresher tires, about 4 or 5 laps, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to make that time up. We'll have to just wait and see with 42 to go. This is a great view of how hard it is to get on this pit road.
Man, yeah, it's
all the way around the corner. Underneath the box, and nice job.
Denny Hamlin definitely questioned when everyone else was pitting. Why aren't we pitting? And Chris Gabehart, the crew chief, said, I did not want to pit. We'll find out in the end how this works out because we'll see it blend in. And just in case, race fans, you're wondering, no, 2 tires is not an option here. You definitely have to have 4 at Darlington.
And before this pit cycle went through,
Here comes Truex with another car behind him.
Martin Truex Jr.
And Truex, yeah, Hamlin is going to get left behind in the freaking dust.
Here's the 11 on pit road.
So fucking slow on pit road because it's pit road.
17, 18 seconds behind the 19 car of Martin Truex.
I don't know where Hamlin's going to shit out. Where is he? Where is he? Well, he pooped out in 8th, 9th, 10th. No, yeah, 10th. Oh my God.
He's like, man, what are we doing? But 11 now is going to have better tires for the rest
Yeah, but still.
Run this thing out, hope it goes green, and hopefully, as the race goes on.
I mean, but he's 15 and a half, over 15 and a half seconds behind the 19.
Now, then he closes right back up to those 5-lap older tires. That would be the absolute best thing.
Oh, maybe he does catch up.
But that caution has not come out.
Instead of coming to pit road a lap earlier, trying to leapfrog into second, they stayed out longer, and now they're 10th. Man, I just don't see how that's going to work out.
15 and a half seconds back from Martin Truex Jr., who's back up front. And this is Cody Ware in the 51.
Jesus Christ. He smacked that wall.
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana?
Yeah, Ma.
It was so easy. I found the perfect car. Under budget, too. And I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me. But Susan from Carvana had all the answers. She didn't try to upsell me. Not once. Because they're not salespeople. Where did you guess who just checked in on me? Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy.
38 laps to go.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra.
Wait, I didn't notice Dan the Man. I didn't even see you were in there. Oh my God! Remind me to call you so we can. I gotta call you so we can do that video. Oh my God! I'm sorry I haven't talked to. Oh my God! Everything's been slipping my mind. Idiot.
Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink. When safe drivers save up to 30% on their auto insurance for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a pretty big deal.
Steve, did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So yeah, Dan the Man. He's a YouTuber, couple thousand subscribers. But he had a thing on Casting Call, and I got picked to do something as Ludwig von Koopa. Dude, my best sounding Koopa from New Super Mario Bros.
And we are back at Darlington where the leader, Martin Truex Jr., has just come on the radio to say he has lost power steering.
No, Truex, no power steering? Are you kidding me?
Huge disappointment for what was one of the strongest cars here this evening.
Oh my God,
He's what I needed.
Truex lost power. Shut up, man! I want a new winner. Fuck. He's lost power steer. Oh my God. No. This is going to be like the Hail Mary. This is going to be the story I needed. And now he's lost his power steering.
Now that 19's going to come back to him, this long run is going to be very interesting to watch.
Fuck. Kyle Busch, can you just like have your end?
So it sounds like the engine's hot as well. So what the crew chief said is a belt. So he has no power steering. So maybe debris got up, kicked one of the belts off. They're not.
Oh my God! And here comes the 18. You are not allowed to gloat, man. It sucks. I never root for Joe Gibbs Racing cars, and I was rooting for Truex today. This hurts, man.
You don't want to be behind him. And so the 18 is going to
All right, new leader, the 18, and unless there's a caution, nothing's going to happen. I mean, it's going to be Fuck, this sucks. That sucks.
I was never a big fan of him, but very sad.
He's your fucking teammate. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, God, that car is so slow. He's going to pit road. Devastating for the 19. Fuck, that sucks. He had that race won. My heart. That hurts.
This is good for sponsorship. Busch, at least. And rides. Yeah.
Shut up.
More momentum. This is good.
Right now. There's a mask. Can he get there?
Oh, I didn't. Roberto's at Darlington. Oh, nice.
And that's gonna.
I didn't even know that.
No. As he keeps going better for the whole run. 5 laps better, and he's gonna continue.
Hamlin, holy crap, he's cut down like 9 seconds. Those tires staying out was the gamble that might work for Hamlin.
Oh, why not?
Well, I mean, wait, when did he pit? Like 10 laps ago, he's gained back 11 seconds, 10 seconds or so.
But will traffic allow it to happen, or does Kyle Busch have more left in the tank, Parker?
Well, Steve, remember the weakness on this 18 car. It's around lap 30 in a run that he really starts to lose the rear longevity, the rear grip.
I mean, I like Eric Jones is in third right now.
He lost multiple tenths from lap to lap when he lost the rear grip in this 18
And Kyle Busch has not won since this race in 2008. Not won at Darlington.
Hamlin has now made up more than half the deficit he had to leader Truex at the time since they went back after this pit stop. Chris Gabart, the crew chief.
I wonder, maybe Hamlin burned off everything he needed. He had. Oh, God, my heart hurts for the Truex fans. Truex, basically, I mean, I don't know if he's out of the race. He's now dropped outside the top 20.
Kyle a little bit faster this last lap. Kyle had some traffic he was in that allowed Reddick to close up a little bit. But
Truex now dropped from the hero to the GOAT. Oh, caution lights.
Caution has come out.
Another twist, another
For who? Cody Ware, again.
Oh my goodness, bro. Is he trying to be 2011 Brian Vickers?
Cody Ware is in a class of his own.
Oh, about 3.5 hours ago when the sun was up. This is what makes this
Cody Ware is the fucking Mazepin of the series. Oh my God.
At the toughest racetrack to do it. And all they've really done is put themselves in position to have this sprint to the finish. Let's see what happens to the 51. Back into the wall again. Oh my.
Another one.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's like the third time he slammed the wall like that.
You can't run offline in turns two. You know, this newer asphalt, that upper groove that you used to run there, it's not there anymore. It's dirty. A lot of debris.
19's done. Wow.
It's just, I mean, I feel awful for Truex. What a year, right? When they had the great cars.
This is his race to win, and it just got taken. I want Jones, though. Jones, come on. Or McDowell. Maybe the Hendrick cars can get past Keselowski. We can get a lot of the top 10. Oh my God. Oh shit, I almost leaped. Fell off.
Piece of debris knocks the belts off. Let's listen into the second place runner, Tyler Reddick.
Man, I think that was the best we've been all weekend, pal. We're gonna put you 4 tires on here and let you go after it, okay?
All right, pit stops are gonna be so crucial.
Well, how about that's well, I've heard a couple pep talks.
Actually, is Hamlin gonna stay out? I don't know how many tires does he have left. Actually, what do I say? I don't know.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Forget about it. We're gonna, you know, it was a way to kind of take advantage of it.
Refocus. You got to refocus because we're still in this thing, and there was a lot of laps to go. And now here's a situation where Tyler Reddick.
Michael McDowell's 6th, dang.
Yeah. Best season of his career, even though his point standing doesn't reflect it.
You advance to the next round. That's a guarantee you're racing in the next round.
Yeah, and you can say, oh, well, you know, they're both good at Bristol and they're both good at Kansas.
Okay, Elliott's plus 15, Larson's plus 19.
36 and 33rd. Anything can happen in these playoffs. If you can assure an advancement.
Bottom 4 right now are Cindric, Austin Dillon, Briscoe, and Harvick.
Simulator that you go to, now you're starting to work on the next round. You know, just your whole effort goes forward. Kansas doesn't really scare me, but I think these drivers, they almost look at Bristol like they look at Talladega. One of those tracks where anything can happen. So a guy can come out of here with a win, not have to worry about the rest of the round. Takes a lot of stress out of the team.
Kansas terrifies me. You have to be right against the wall. You have to be on the bottom all over the place.
I'm looking forward to the future, but my eyesight is going bad. And this crystal ball. Ah, jeez, I got the song segment. They're all pitting. All right.
Kyle, I believe in you.
I mean, his pit crew has been dynamite the entire day. Not constant 9.0 pit stops.
Please do not choke it up for speed.
We'll see.
He finished runner-up in the spring, doing a great job despite a tight handling race car. It's going to be 4 tires and a splash of actually no fuel, Parker.
Nope.
Kyle Busch asked for a better landing in turn 1. That's all he wanted.
Oh, it's going to be a really good pit. A 5.6. Must have been 2 tires on the gas only on the 8.
Final set of sticker
Reddick, I don't know what Jones took. Jones beat Reddick off of pit road. So it's Kyle Busch, 4 tires, Jones. Okay, no, it was a really fast force. Okay, Busch, Jones, Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Logano, McDowell, Keselowski, Bubba, Blaney.
Holy.
Eric Jones is going to restart on the front row.
Vehicle gets to second.
I am. This is making me excited.
A spot over Tyler Reddick.
Yep, same.
Eric Jones not a part of the playoffs, but still looking for
excited. Like getting ridden by a mill. Okay, maybe that was a little graphic, but I don't care.
Out of the race after having one of the dominant
Oh
cars.
God, I can't.
Walk us through what the car was telling you and how you knew something was wrong.
I lost power steering and started overheating real quick and losing power. So I don't know, kick some belts off or something. But
that's devastating. Has he ever won the Southern 500?
JGR, TRD, Johnny Bastrell, everybody for supporting us all year. It's been tough, and this is another tough night for sure. But come back next week and fight again.
How would you describe the emotion you're feeling?
Truex has led
Just mad.
48 laps.
Sad,
It seems more like he led more than that.
We deserve better, and this year, no matter what we do, it seems wrong. When we run good, stuff goes wrong. When we run bad, nothing bad happens. And it's one of those years where we can't get anything to go our way. So
I'm gonna cry just by watching
Only
this.
done it once, so pretty pissed off.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks.
You saw the emotion, guys, right there from Martin Truex Jr.
That's why the fans love him. Yeah. That's why I'm excited that he's coming back for another year. This is not the last year we wanted to see Martin Truex Jr. He said it great, right? When they have bad cars, they run every single lap, no issues. When they have great cars, things completely out of Martin Truex's control. James Small control takes him out of a race.
He's gonna end up in I think the 31st position. He's gonna finish in 31st behind the 6 cars, ahead of the 5 cars that have DNF. Elliott, Stenhouse, Yaley, Harvick, and Ware. Ware had been multiple laps down prior to Truex's thing, so that's why he gets out first.
And once again, the 19 behind the wall. So out front, Kyle Busch. The last time Kyle Busch won here was 2008. That was his first year with Joe Gibbs Racing, and it was his 7th career win. Well,
53 years later.
60 career wins, and so Kyle Busch, is he having momentum at the right time?
Is there? What's that coming out of the 18?
Adam's gonna say, is there smoke coming out of the 18?
I saw it.
The 18 is blowing up.
Are you Kyle Busch blew up? Are you for real? Oh my God! Kyle Busch blowing up! Are you kidding me? And you can hear the crowd giving their approval! Oh my God! Sorry, man. Oh my God! Randomly blows up under caution.
I'd be happy.
Oh my
and this
God! Oh my God! Well, Jones to the lead. He won this race 3 years ago. It was his last win. Oh my! I saw the smoke. I saw the smoke start, and I'm like, what the heck is that? And my God!
Kill me.
Kyle Busch has led the most laps this race, by the way. So that's another driver that's gonna fall. He's gonna lose. He's gonna go to 30th probably, which means he'll go from having 40 points for winning to 7 points for finishing in 30th. He's gonna lose 33 points. Oh my God! This is nuts. Beyond being a playoff race is nuts wise, and then I can't take this. Come on, Jones. One of the most legendary tracks. Oh, come on, man. Come on. I can't.
Whoever builds Kyle Busch's engines need to get fired immediately.
Oh my God.
Just saying. Okay, at least we got a playoff point out of that.
Yeah, but man, this is crazy. I mean, the lady in black has claimed how many playoff drivers? Elliott, Harvick, Briscoe is several laps down, Chastain several laps down, Busch is out. I mean, oh my God. And William Byron and Alex Bowman are back.
Wait, I think the last 3 Darlington races, Kyle Busch has DNF'd.
I think you're right. Well, wait, you mean the Southern 500 or the last Darlington race?
The last 3 Darlington races.
I don't remember what happened. Oh, yeah, you're right. He did. And Blaney's on pit road. What happened to him?
What is going on in this race?
This is so weird.
This is the smart move. Let's just make sure it's tight.
Okay, no, he's just checking to make sure they wanted to double check that a wheel was on. But now Eric Jones takes the lead. So now anyway, Blaney will restart probably 19th. Suarez and Dillon are back on the lead lap by some miracle. Is that Truex, I think, going over to... Oh, my God. This race is crazy.
What a year. Contract, undecided. Where's he going next year?
I think you might have jinxed him. Sorry, dude.
You know what? We got the most that we could. We'll see what happens next week at Kansas.
Yeah, or he won in 2020.
We got third there in the spring, so we should be good.
Yeah. I don't remember. 9 of 16 playoff drivers, 15th or worse.
This is like 2018 Las Vegas style of chicanery.
I don't remember. I was not a NASCAR fan during that year.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Come on. Jones and Reddick. I mean, Jones, Reddick, Hamlin, Bell, Logano, McDowell, Keselowski, Bubba, Byron, Bowman. And Cole Custer somehow has not had any problems, and he's in 11th.
This could have been the week.
Not. Come on, Come on, Jones. Put the pedal to the metal. Problem is, you got Hamlin behind you, which might help. They're gonna restart with 20 to go.
You've done it in your career, Jeff. You've done it. Trying to kind of right the ship of a long-term organization is one of the most difficult things, and Dave Allen's and Eric Jones have continued to do it all year long.
It's been 8 years since a 43-1. It's been, and before that, if you go beyond that, it's been 23 years since the 43-1 with the checkered flag.
And Kyle Busch is still somehow 20th.
He's not. They're gonna cross the line. He's not on the lead.
Yeah,
they'll fix it.
Goes there.
Here we go. Oh my God. It's gonna be the 10th restart. Oh, wait, no, it's gonna be the 9th restart. Here we go. Good push to the 43. He clears Reddick. Hamlin still has better tires. Come on, Jones. Come on. I need Reddick and Hamlin to fight. Ooh, did 11 bounce off the wall a bit? I don't know. Oh, looks like they bounced a bit again. Come on.
Hold him up, Reddick. Hold him up.
Please. Nope. Hamlin, the master of Darlington. If only it was a green-white checkered. Actually, that might have hurt you more. Custer up to 10th. Unbelievable.
At the beginning of the show, my concern for this 11 was their penalties and their pit stops. There was 19 to go. Penalties.
That 11 is cruising with those tires, with that tire advantage.
Look at the speed of the 11.
Big run by Denny Hamlin.
He closed in there in the middle of 3. What is it going to do down here in turn 1?
Can 11 blow up too, please?
Okay, at least that one will be good.
Wait, you agree with me?
Yeah.
You don't like Hamlin? I mean, I like. Sorry, I mean, I like Hamlin. I just want.
Racer, but like.
I don't know. I like Hamlin. I just want Jones to win more.
Yeah.
It's 18 left, 17 to go. 43 and 11, the two most winningest car numbers in the history of the sport.
Last time 43 won July 2014 at Daytona.
And before that, it was in the spring of 1999 at Martinsville. And before that, I mean, Bobby Hamilton at Phoenix, I think. And then, no, it was or that or Rockingham. I can't remember which. No, it was Rockingham 97. And before that, it was Phoenix 96. And then before that, it was it was Petty in Daytona '84. A car that only has had, oh my God, in the last 30 years, a car that is a number that has only had 4 wins or so. Yeah, Hamilton, Andretti, Almirola. The most legendary number in the sport. 15 to go. Eric Jones, he won this race in 2019. It was his last win 3 years later. Oh my God, come on, Jones.
Massive adjustment at one point in this race. Huge amounts of adjustments to try to get it back into the racetrack, and they've done a great job leading with 15 to go.
Coming up on 14. 14 more laps for Eric Jones.
Oh my God, and his margin is increasing. He's running faster laps. Looks like the tire advantage must have worn off of the 11.
Oh. That's what I like to see.
Okay, 14 to go. We've completed 6 of the laps.
Down the back straightaway hard into turn 3.
I say that, but it looks like Hamlin had a good lap here. I may have jumped the gun here. No, okay. Jones is he's not faster down the.
He's moving around trying to.
I jinxed it. I jinxed it.
Figure out to find some pace to be able to close the gap.
13 to go.
We've seen multiple times tonight how a car can take off and be really fast and then lose some speed as the run goes on. We're not real sure about Eric Jones, how his car is on the long run. Not that many laps left, but Junior, we've seen it here before. You get
12 to go.
Have a great car, then the next thing you know, you're driving a car you can barely hang on to.
Oh yeah, he's catching up now. Real good.
It's killing me.
I think the one thing that
Fell more than expected, but
better run off of Jones was better off of 2 that time.
they may not catch a lot of lap traffic, but it might be 1 or 2 cars that's all it takes to slow that 43 down enough.
I mean, Tyler Reddick is kind of close to Hamlin. I mean, if you can hold
I
on
know.
more.
It's 11 to go.
Not a great turn 3 and 4 for the 43.
Don't remind me, Dale.
Eric tries to settle back in, make good lap time here.
Let's see how he is off of 1 and 2.
Denny can't make a mistake himself.
Better.
He does. Reddick's right there to take advantage of it.
And Reddick's right there.
See, Denny's opening his entry up, entering turn.
We're about we're gonna be halfway through the 20 laps to go, but when they cross the flag the next time. Okay, Jones is better that time. Off. No, he wasn't. 10 laps to go.
Where this guy in front of you is going to go, so you can't get that clean air if you can't make that guess properly. Looks like Denny's better in 3 and 4.
And
43 pulls him a little bit down here, 1 and 2.
Yeah, Jones is far better off of 1 and 2.
Eric Jones, twice a winner in the Cup Series. The most recent, 2019 here.
So you didn't get closer right there through that corner, but then down here in 1 and 2.
9 to go.
Seems like Eric can put a good corner together, stretches it back out a little bit. Right here, all the way through, acceleration off of 2. Down the back straightaway, that 43 brings that gap back.
Not as good as the last lap, though. I can just tell from the timing.
Good aerial coverage here. Shows you this 11 car on corner exit right here. Back in the throttle. He closes right back in.
Overall, that was a good lap for Jones. 8 to go.
His shoulders, but he's been in this position before. 1 race is at Xfinity level. 1 race is at Cup level. Guy's capable. He's starting to catch lap cars now.
That cost him a little bit down the back straightaway. He's going to get around Corey LaJoie into turn 3. Now Denny has that same challenge. Denny dives deep into the corner. Look how quickly he clears the
Okay, Corey LaJoie, block Hamlin.
Fuck, it didn't work out well. It hurt Jones a lot. 7 to go. The good news is that, I guess, actually, 3 out of 3 and 4. Hamlin, Larson, Jones was better. I can't even speak.
Look at that 43 and 1 and 2 though. So fast. So fast and smooth through that corner.
Last time the 43 won was with Eric Almirola back in 2014.
And Reddick is still right here. Impressive run here late in the race for Reddick just to keep pace with these 2 guys. The 3rd car in line, the one with the least amount of downforce and aero. really helped this 8 car to make him competitive late.
Jones, Hamlin, Reddick, Logano, Bell. Still those, the top 5.
Coming to 5 to go, Rick.
And is the gap getting larger?
Oh, come on.
It's growing.
6 to go. 5 to go. Come on. Come on, Jones. Come on.
Just don't hit the wall.
Shut it, man. BPC, I want Jones to win. I'm also a Hamlin fan.
But this place, it's so easy to lose the opportunity, right? One little slip up here, you lose a second.
And remember the job his pit crew did. They picked him up a spot on pit road. And then when the trouble happened to Kyle Busch,
4 to go.
Yeah, Dave Ellens, great call.
Come on.
Remember, this is a car that ran long. And that caution came out and cycled him up inside the top 5, and then Eric Jones has kept it there.
All right, the 11th, you know, keeping the gap pretty good. Got a couple lap cars right here.
Oh,
They're going to
jeez.
encounter somewhere around the exit of turn 4. So the lap cars are side by side right here in front of the leaders down the front straightaway.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. 2 lap cars battling with each other.
3 and 500 wins.
Okay, they're
3
going
to
to
go.
You got to time this right, and he's done it. He's timed it right. Now he'll make a clear pass down the back.
Oh, man.
Nice job by Eric Jones. And he's
Come on. Don't block it. Don't
Wait, it's
block it.
Briscoe. Oh, man. Here comes the 11.
Okay, Briscoe, thank you. But, oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh.
Oh, my God.
Oh. 2 to go.
2 to go. It's coming down to this. The last time the 43 car won at Darlington was 55 years ago in 1967. But Hamlin is right on his tail. He's won this race 3 times. Oh my God. Here comes the 11. He dies in the 3. Oh, not able to make it. He's going to lose quite a bit of time.
Yes, that's exactly.
Here we go. Last lap at Darlington. Here, will it be the underdog or will it be Hamlin? 1.333 miles to go. Last year was an all-time classic finish, a video game moment as it was known. Oh my God, my heart's pumping. Here we go. Shush, shush. I want you to shush. Here they go. Through 3 and 4. Last lap. Last set of turns. As they come up at 3 and 4. Eric Jones will win the Southern 500. Yeah, baby. 3rd career victory. 3 years removed from his last win. And the 43, for the first time since 2014, will go back to victory lane. Oh my God, that was awesome. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, Christopher Bell 5th. That's your top 5. 6th is Michael McDowell, 7th Brad Keselowski, 8th William Byron, 9th Bubba Wallace, and 10th is Alex Bowman. Hell to the yes. Oh my God. Hell to the yeah, boys.
55 years to the day. There's Dave Ellens.
Oh, wait.
Crew chief for the 43.
Yeah, but I said first time since May 13th, 1967 that the 43 has won at Darlington. The first time since 2014 that this that the car has won, period. Oh my God. The 43, NASCAR's most legendary number in terms of a driver and dominance and wins. At NASCAR's oldest track, well, no, oldest super speedway. Oh my God. And we have our 17th different winner of 2022. Oh my God. That is awesome. That is awesome.
100 laps to go. Power steering issue, a belt issue takes him out.
Hell to the.
Blows an engine, and who's in the right place? Eric Jones in the 43 to grab his third career Cup Series win.
Oh, and the 200th victory for the 43 car. Did I ever say that? 200 win number, because some of Petty's wins were in different numbered cars.
Look at the smiles, the hugs.
Let's go down to Barton.
In NASCAR's oldest and toughest race, the Southern 500, Eric Jones does it a second time, puts Petty GMS and the 43 Darlington fans in victory lane. How about that? Of all places to do it, Eric, you put the first race at Darlington. What does that mean to you to put Richard Petty in victory lane tonight?
I can't speak.
I get a hat. He told me I get a hat if I win. But,
For 109 races since Jones has won.
Darlington, probably since he last 1 year, so just awesome.
Larson recovered from his snafu to finish 12th.
Man, we've been so close here and there all year. And I didn't think today was going to be the day. You know, it was going to be a tough one to win, I knew, but no better fitting place.
Eric Jones, my goodness.
On that trophy twice, man. I was pumped to be on it once, but have it on there twice, pretty cool.
More Southern 500s than Kyle Busch. Sorry, man. I just popped my head.
Well, man, I was focused forward. Honestly, that's the calmest I've been in the race car going for a win.
This is amazing.
Think back to the last time winning here.
What a fantastic, crazy race. A fantastic and
you know, business as usual, and just feel good about this track. And knew Denny would run me clean, and knew it was gonna be tough for him to pass. You know, it's tough to pass all day. We got a good restart there, but
we still have 9 races to go.
What a dream come true. That's all you can say.
What sort of redemption is this for you, Eric? Let go by Joe Gibbs Racing. These guys
and you beat them. You beat them.
Put you in the 43. Now you put them in victory lane.
Well, I mean, I never lost any belief in myself through any of it. I knew I could still do it, and I just knew we needed to grow the program to do it. And we have. We've brought on great people in the last
time for
year,
people to go get drunk.
great
Oh
race
my
today.
God! This is awesome.
That's pretty cool for him. So I'm excited, man. We've been talking about this day a long time, and it is redemption in a lot of ways. Very fitting that it's here at this race again. You know, I felt like this was the race that saved my job the first time around, and coming back here with this win, I guess it puts you back on the map.
You seem almost like you're in disbelief yourself.
Well, we've had a lot of good stuff go our way, you know. We got the lead there with the 18 losing a motor.
Oh my God.
We got a good shot if we can just get clear. And, you know, we had a good car. We just weren't quite with the pace of some of those guys up front. And I knew we took the lead. I'm like, man, 20 laps, I can just run hard. And those last two, I was losing the balance a lot. I've been running really hard, but it was just enough. So I'm just really proud.
How about that, Darlington fans?
I'm gonna go to a bar. I'm gonna get some chicken.
You do you, man.
I need some chicken tenders.
In victory lane in the Southern 500.
That was incredible. That was such a good race. Oh my God, it was crazy. I could cry because I'm so freaking happy. Yeah, May 13th, 1967. Richard Petty by streaking to victory. It was 55th career win, topping the previous career win. It's not.
Richard Petty had the 43 in victory lane here at Darlington.
Eric mentioned it all in his interview.
The 43 did not win the Southern 500 though. Oh wait, they did win this. Never mind, I'm wrong. I am completely wrong. It was the fall race that they won the Southern 500. I did not realize that. I'm wrong. Well, that's awkward.
Absolutely took advantage of it. And we heard Eric mention it. When the 18 blew the engine, he just knew he had to stay up front. Well, let's get the other side of that story. While the race
So yeah, I'm an idiot. So yeah, it was. I did not realize they won the Southern 500.
Caught up with him. Here was that interview.
All right.
Kyle Busch leads 155 laps before your early exit. What happened?
Engine broke. Just unfortunate circumstances for us tonight. The guys did a great job. Brought a really fast M&M's Toyota Camry. Just real proud of the effort and all the stuff.
I'm not getting any sleep. I'm gonna be celebrating.
Have done and gone through with.
Oh my God.
Just all the news and everything, you know, going on through the year. They've
And a 243 race winless streak snapped for the 43 car as well.
That's what I really hate about it.
You mentioned the team digging in with this new cycle you're going through. What about you? How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. Tomorrow, the sun will come up tomorrow.
Kyle Busch obviously frustrated with this evening's result.
I'll be honest with you, man. That's a good sign, I think, to see that kind of composure from Kyle after a tough, disappointing end.
Sorry, dude. I know you're upset about it, but you know, you gotta admit it was a great race, though.
Yeah, that was a good part. It's just
a great race.
Not like it was like 1 or 2 races. It's been like going on for like months. That's why I just said.
You know, I can't. Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's not like it's been going around for like 1 or 2 races. It's been going on for like months.
Great races or Kyle Busch unhappiness?
Yeah, ever since Sonoma started, it's been hell.
I mean, to be fair, also, I think this is the universe's way of paying back for Bristol, a win that he lucked into. If we're gonna be real, but you know,
yeah.
I mean, he lucked into that. Not that the universe is trying to screw him over, but
at least we got a good enough amount of points.
Yeah.
The Southern 500 at the oldest raceway that NASCAR runs on. Been racing here since 1950. And now.
All right, I'm gonna get off for the night. Next weekend we got a nice full set of races. The Truck Series has the last race of round 1 at Kansas. Xfinity Series has its penultimate race of the regular season. Cup Series has the next race of the second race of round 1. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll get IndyCar race and every IndyCar win in 1989 and Cups NASCAR wins in 1990 out as well. Do my best. And thank you all so much for watching. This is BowserJrXD signing off. Have a good one.